Καλή αρχή.
Πατάτες παρακαλώ.
Ήμασταν εκεί στις δύσκολες αποφάσεις σου. Επιβραβεύσαμε την κάθε σου προσπάθεια. Σήμερα είμαστε πάλι εδώ για να κάνεις πράξη όλα όσα έχεις ονειρευτεί. Συνεταιριστική Τράπεζα Χανίων. Κεφάλαιό μας, ο άνθρωπος.
People come to Greece for a holiday. But let me ask you, is it really a holiday to jump from the highest cliff into deep waters? Or to pick prickly fruit with bare hands? Washing food in seawater? Eating in a barn? Holding tight with strangers? Let me answer. Coming to Greece isn't really a holiday. It's so much more. It's a life-changing experience!
I love you.
Crete is like a continent within an island.
I feel free when I lose the sense of time, which is something I definitely found here in Crete.
When I'm walking through the Cretan nature, I feel like a child, free, curious, and happy. It's like all my travelings around the world is here in one place.
It's the best place we could find in Europe, and so we decided to stay here, and we will never want to leave this island.
Crete is paradise, energetically very special place.
Luxury is about choices, and in Crete you have a lot of them.
What I discovered here in Crete is a great variety of sports you can do. Climbing, hiking, surfing, diving.
I can take my yacht to the south, just disappear there in solitude for a while.
You have this simple traditional food in the small tavernas, and you also find fine gastronomy in hotels, in special restaurants, and it's fantastic.
I've never experienced this kind of hospitality towards me anywhere else.
The Cretan people welcomes you. They don't open only the doors, they open their hearts for you. We call it parea, and it's perfect.
This trip has been an amazing experience for me. I'm definitely coming back.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
Ήμασταν το σημάδι που έψαχνες για να ξεκινήσεις.
Καλορίζικο, γέ μου. Καλορίζικο.
Καλή αρχή.
Πατάτες παρακαλώ.
Ήμασταν εκεί στις δύσκολες αποφάσεις σου. Επιβραβεύσαμε την κάθε σου προσπάθεια. Σήμερα είμαστε πάλι εδώ για να κάνεις πράξη όλα όσα έχεις ονειρευτεί. Συνεταιριστική Τράπεζα Χανίων. Κεφάλαιό μας, ο άνθρωπος.
People come to Greece for a holiday. But let me ask you, is it really a holiday to jump from the highest cliff into deep waters? Or to pick prickly fruit with bare hands? Washing food in seawater? Eating in a barn? Holding tight with strangers? Let me answer. Coming to Greece isn't really a holiday. It's so much more. It's a life-changing experience!
I love you.
Crete is like a continent within an island.
I feel free when I lose the sense of time, which is something I definitely found here in Crete.
When I'm walking through the Cretan nature, I feel like a child, free, curious, and happy. It's like all my travelings around the world is here in one place.
It's the best place we could find in Europe, and so we decided to stay here, and we will never want to leave this island.
Crete is paradise. Energetically very special place.
Luxury is about choices, and in Crete you have a lot of them.
What I discovered here in Crete is a great variety of sports you can do. Climbing, hiking, surfing, diving.
I can take my yacht to the south, just disappear there in solitude for a while.
You have this simple traditional food in the small tavernas, and you also find fine gastronomy in hotels, in special restaurants, and it's fantastic.
I've never experienced this kind of hospitality towards me anywhere else.
The Cretan people welcomes you. They don't open only the doors, they open their hearts for you. We call it pareia, and it's perfect.
This trip has been an amazing experience for me. I'm definitely coming back.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
Ήμασταν το σημάδι που έψαχνες για να ξεκινήσεις.
Καλορίζικο, γέ μου. Καλορίζικο.
Καλή αρχή.
Πατάτες παρακαλώ.
Ήμασταν εκεί στις δύσκολες αποφάσεις σου. Επιβραβεύσαμε την κάθε σου προσπάθεια. Σήμερα είμαστε πάλι εδώ για να κάνεις πράξη όλα όσα έχεις ονειρευτεί. Συνεταιριστική Τράπεζα Χανίων. Κεφάλαιό μας, ο άνθρωπος.
People come to Greece for a holiday. But let me ask you, is it really a holiday to jump from the highest cliff into deep waters? Or to pick prickly fruit with bare hands? Washing food in seawater? Eating in a barn? Holding tight with strangers? Let me answer. Coming to Greece isn't really a holiday. It's so much more. It's a life-changing experience!
I love you.
Crete is like a continent within an island.
I feel free when I lose the sense of time, which is something I definitely found here in Crete.
When I'm walking through the Cretan nature, I feel like a child, free, curious, and happy. It's like all my travelings around the world is here in one place.
It's the best place we could find in Europe, and so we decided to stay here, and we will never want to leave this island.
Crete is paradise, energetically very special place.
Look serious about choices, and in Crete you have a lot of them.
What I discovered here in Crete is a great variety of sports you can do. Climbing, hiking, surfing, diving.
I can take my yacht to the south, just disappear there in solitude for a while.
You have this simple traditional food in the small tavernas, and you also find fine gastronomy in hotels, in special restaurants, and it's fantastic.
I've never experienced this kind of hospitality towards me anywhere else.
The Cretan people welcomes you. They don't open only the doors, they open their hearts for you. We call it parea, and it's perfect.
This trip has been an amazing experience for me. I'm definitely coming back.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
I love you.
Crete is like a continent within an island.
I feel free when I lose the sense of time, which is something I definitely found here in Crete.
When I'm walking through the Cretan nature, I feel like a child, free, curious, and happy. It's like all my travelings around the world is here in one place.
It's the best place we could find in Europe, and so we decided to stay here, and we will never want to leave this island.
Crete is paradise, energetically very special place.
Luxury is about choices, and in Crete you have a lot of them.
What I discovered here in Crete is a great variety of sports you can do. Climbing, hiking, surfing, diving.
I can take my yacht to the south, just disappear there in solitude for a while.
You have this simple traditional food in the small tavernas, and you also find fine gastronomy in hotels, in special restaurants, and it's fantastic.
I've never experienced this kind of hospitality towards me anywhere else.
The Cretan people welcomes you. They don't open only the doors, they open their hearts for you. We call it pareia, and it's perfect.
This trip has been an amazing experience for me. I'm definitely coming back.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good morning. We are very happy to be here today in this beautiful island in order to discuss about Greek tourism. The title of today's summit is Greek Tourism, a National Affair, Destination Crete. Greek tourism over the last 2 years is no longer affected by the pandemic and has entered a new orbit of powerful and dynamic development, being a basic pillar of the investment activity and employment in our country. In 2023, despite the fact that tourism was faced with hard situation and conditions due to natural disasters and inflation pressures and geopolitical crisis. However, it has a record high arrivals and revenue. Its contribution to the Greek economy has risen, according to official data of the Institute of Greek Tourism Enterprises, at 28.5 billion euros. That is 13% of GDP of the country. If we also take into account the indirect contribution of the sector in the economy, it has contributed over 30% of GDP. That is 1 out of 3 euros produced in the Greek economy is coming by the touristic activity. The good performance of Greek tourism is expected to continue in 2024. The year has started dynamically. However, there is geopolitical uncertainty in the Middle East. There is a climate crisis and inflation as well. Greece seems to gain space when it comes to travelers' options abroad, be it from traditional markets and from new markets as well. In this framework, Crete is in the spotlight when it comes to the demands, and it has a very important position. Due to its natural beauty, modern infrastructure, spatial cuisine, its famous products, its rich history, and all the archaeological treasures. It has formed its own identity, and it's one of the best tourist destinations, not only for Greece but the whole Mediterranean. More than 5 million tourists chose Crete last year for their holiday, and the forecasting for this year and the next one are very good. The new investments and the new infrastructure under construction, as like the new airport, are going to improve even more the touristic products of Crete and boost its position in a worldwide economy. However, there are important challenges acting like an obstacle in touristic development of Crete. The most important are the climate change and understaffed organization that affects the touristic market. We are going to talk about all this today with very important government and state officials, professors, and people of the market. So I welcome you all to the summit, Greek Tourism and National Affairs Destination Crete, that is being co-organized by Next is Now and Dom Consulting of my excellent colleague Mariana Piriotti, who I'm cooperating with over the last 2 years, promoting important issues. And of course, our conference is being conducted under the auspices of the Greek Ministry of Tourism and the Greek Tourism Organization and the support of the region of Crete. I wish a very fruitful conversation. In a few minutes, the regional governor of Crete, Mr. Anaurtakis, is going to be here with us. So I would like to call to the floor the mayor of Heraklion, the city that is welcoming us today, Mr. Alexis Kalogirnos. Dear Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation, and I would like to thank you for this important initiative bringing us today here. Not exactly around the same table, but however around these tables here. Mr. President, dear Mayor, dear colleagues of the local government, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that it will be better for my greeting to be after the regional governor, because he is the one to give a better picture of the situation. And I would rather add my own views on some data and perspectives of this city, which is the greatest city of the island, that is Heraklion. So I will have to start by a generic report. And I think most of you have realized that we are facing great challenges which have their own pros and cons. Talking about touristic development, about the numbers that are going to rise rapidly over the next few years, according to the forecasting. We are talking about how ready the infrastructures and the organizations are, and talking about the state of the existing infrastructure. Mr. Hadjinikolaou pointed out that is the airport of Kastelli and the national road of Northern Crete. These works are all mean well. However, we shall question ourselves how to incorporate them to other infrastructure. And my point is that when it comes to Heraklion, and taking for granted that we're going to have a great airport of great perspective and potential, which unfortunately doesn't have any good transport links. They are rather problematic. When it comes to road connections, there are great concerns in the city of Heraklion, and I'm basically talking about people. I'm talking about people working and operating here. The national road for northern Crete is rather breaking the town into two parts, and it's rather an obstacle to a point that we have sustainability issues, traffic issues outside and inside of the cities. So these matters are rather sincere, and unfortunately, in Greece we continue to treat in a rather unpleasant way. We are very delayed with tackling them, and I will very directly set the question, cui bono? Who are we doing this for? Is this for the enterprises, for the society? We need to give a concrete answer to that. I hope and I wish, of course, we are going to make a concrete effort about that. The good is for society, first and foremost. So after that essential mention, and I'm really sad that some people are not here today who should listen to this concern. Indeed, tourism is going to be developed greatly at a collective level, and we need to be aware of the numbers of the people coming, not only qualitatively but also quantitatively on the whole island. And it's obvious that this whole planning should be part of a general strategy, what we all call sustainable development or green development and growth, but it's mostly about the resilience of the place, its potential, its ability to welcome tourists, and especially us as the administration of Heraklion. We are mostly concerned about the possibilities and potential of Heraklion. Heraklion is not a tourist village, and there is no possibility that it becomes one. Even more so, we need to specify the potential of the tourist possibilities, and in cooperation with the new possibilities of the city, we are going to form the city as we need to. We don't need to make a setting for the tourist. This town has some very specific features and characteristics. It has its own pros and cons. There is potential, though. We need to overcome all the disadvantages and develop all the urban infrastructures. And this is part of our planning. Obviously, these issues are being connected, as I have previously mentioned, with overall issues. And I wish to tell you a very concrete example that is coming, and I wish to conclude by that. I would rather not any, because we don't have time. I will conclude the other way. What does Heraklion have? It has Knossos. We wish to be part of the UNESCO list, the Venetian walls. We need to make value of this with the Ministry of Tourism. It has great conference infrastructures, very concrete sporting infrastructures. Is an international gastronomic destination of UNESCO. And of course, in order to said all this into conclusions, we have tools. What do we have? We have mostly chosen to have our development organization in it, and we move with DMO, for which I hope that we're going to have, that very soon we're going to have new developments and incidents. So I'm concluding here. I have to stop. So now, thank you very much for the invitation. We have very much to talk about. You're all aware of that. I hope we have this conversation and we have a fruitful conversation. Thank you very much. Thank you. We thank the Mayor of Heraklion, Mr. Kalakirinos. I promise a radio interview of you soon so that these issues are being heard of in Athens as well. I would like to please everybody while we are waiting for Mr. Navratakis. I would like to please the Mayor of Heraklion, Mr. Marianakis, to make a brief greeting now. And as a president, I'm going to talk as a president. Thank you, Mr. Hadinikolai, for the invitation. I know that out of the schedule now, but I think I have to make this talk. It is with pleasure that I'm talking to you today. Dear colleagues in the local government, Mrs. Periotti, ladies and gentlemen, I think that the issue is vital importance, and I have seen all the sessions that we are going to talk about today. Just let me make some complementary comments to what my friend Alexis Kalakrinos just said, who has expressed a very serious concern. We shall not fool ourselves, it's not just infrastructure. Both Heraklion and Rethymnonis are being damaged by the planning of the national road. And this is all happening due to economy reasons, due to financial reasons. We need to be clear with ourselves. They have been, time has passed, and still the national road has seen no improvement. But I wish to add something else too. We are just talking about tourism, and I wish to address the people of tourism. Have we measured the resilience of the infrastructures and the capacity of this destination? And that is, how many more tourists can we welcome? I don't think we have made such measurements. It's rather spontaneous how tourists are spread around the island, and it's far from being concrete. It seems that all Cretans are going to be small hoteliers. We fail to welcome doctors, professors, and important people from other places. We fail to find some proper accommodation, and we have to join these issues with the issue of natural resources. Over the last months, I have given like about 9 speeches, and I've had heated conversations with the Ministry of Health about the water supply. You know what? Crete has no water. And we need to see things through, both me and you all. The president of TUI just recently said that there should be a water supply saving by the tourism themselves. However, we shall think that we are the ones to waste the water the most. I believe that we have spent a few millions in water supply networks and fresh water. Do you happen to know that fresh water is just 12% of the whole natural resources that we use? And the rest of it, like what we call farming water, not to take it into consideration. We make huge waste due to lack of infrastructure network, our wasting culture, and most importantly, our lack of awareness that the overuse of farming water damages soil, the resilience of the resources, and creates a huge blight on our footprint on the environment. Yesterday, quite recently actually, I was at the water forum and we talked about water supply, that we don't actually need energy to supply Athens with water. And I was just thinking about everyone who are we are drilling water from a very small tank, from a very small tank. And I don't accept that we are not entitled to fresh water, because there are views like that, and we need to resolve these issues. So the water supply, the more we move to the eastern Crete, becomes even more sincere. We shall not be blindfolded. You hoteliers yourself should warn clients about saving water. We need to be more concrete and conscious when we waste water. And talking about environmental consciousness, have you ever thought that few years that Crete as a destination is quite far from Sweden and the USA, and there's also going to be an environmental fine on the tickets to move to Crete? Have you ever thought about saying that our island needs to be made into a green destination? And we shall not rely on foreign products. We should rather promote local products. And of course, we need to take care of the local producers and all the subsidies. And the producers themselves have to take care of the products that they put across on the market. We can fool ourselves, but things are far from being easy. And what the crisis are teaching us, that we need a concrete planning and strategy, and you shall not rely on solely on the state. Entrepreneurship is far more the you can just see what we can do acting all together. We have people here in Crete, all the mayors and the local government. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We thank the mayor of Rethymnon, Mr. Marinakis. I was a bit afraid when you referred to people not wasting water. I thought you were just suggesting drinking wine. Thank you very much. And thank you we thank him for his concerns, which are also crucial. I see you're moving the floor, actually. Something's happening here. We shall not change the setting because we're still waiting for the local government. So please, just let the floor here. When we have the local government here, we shall make a pause for his greeting. I wish to tell you that we are also waiting for the Minister of Tourism, Mrs. Kefalogianni. I would just inform that she has just landed in order for us to have a very interesting interview. She's here solely for our conferences. So let us start with our first panel. Mr. Kyriakos Kaloglou, Vice Governor of Tourism, Crete region, to come by my side. Mr. Nikos Chalkadakis, the President of the Heraklion Hotel Association. Mr. Serafim Chrysikos, Chief Corporate Officer and Executive Committee Member at Pancreta Bank. And last, the Heraklion Airport Manager. I call him to take his place in the panel.
Το θέμα της πρώτης αυτής συζήτησης.
The topic of our first conversation is sustainable infrastructure in tourism, the qualitative advantages of Crete. But I wish to go a bit further than the title. I want you to talk about the hard side of it and the effort that needs to be made. Mr. Vice Government, I wish to start with you. I would like to ask you whether you believe that there is going to be a moment when we will stop seeing and treating tourism in Crete and elsewhere in Greece, not just by taking into consideration the number of people coming, but the quality as well, sustainability, and a condition where when tourism is going to promote society itself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hadjinikolaou. First of all, I would like to welcome you. In Crete, the first thing that we do is welcome everyone. I would like to say that it is true that many voices were heard here now during the greetings in our summit. I would like to start by saying how someone would like to dream of their tourist destination, which are the features that they think about from their destination, that they want from their destination. First of all, it has to be well known, it has to be famous. It is actually very important that I want to go there. I know where it is. The second thing, other than it being famous, is that it has to be diverse. It has to answer the question, what else am I going to do here other than swim? It has to be green so that it can be developed and keep its beautiful color. It has to be resilient so that it can get over certain problems like the pandemic or geopolitical issues. It has to be smart, intelligent, so that it can attract the Generation Z that are younger. It has to be cooperative, starting from the employees to the hotel owners. It has to be comprehensive. There has to be a national road. It has to be able to connect things that tourism cannot do yet, but absolutely needs to do. You were able to hear what the mayors had to say before. The first one, and we're also going to listen to the mayor of Anoia, who is going to be at the table, Mariana Pirioti. So yes, the mayor of Iraklio was mentioned the need for a holistic, like a sustainable Crete. The mayor of Rethymno mentioned the need for a resilient Crete. Now, in reality, all of this needs to happen behind some sort of planning so that Crete can become diverse, green, comprehensive, holistic. The only way for us to improve something is to just talk about the problems, the issues. And at this moment, Crete has approximately 200,000 beds. Oh, we have to stop?
We wish to welcome the local government, Mr. Arnautakis. We wish to thank him for embracing this effort. I have been talking with him about it over a year. Now I wish to call him to the floor. We want you to make a short greeting. Do you wish to make that at the end of the conversation? That is all right.
So, as I was saying, instead of talking about the different aspects one by one, let's just talk about the core. Crete needs to become more famous. all of the exhibitions that we're trying to have and organize here is all because we want to make it famous. All of the cooperations, everything we're trying to achieve is to make it famous, well known. As you mentioned very correctly, 1 of 6 guests that come to Greece actually find themselves in Crete. And the 20% of all tourists that come to Greece arrives in Crete. So that's about 4 billion euro, and 28 billion comes to Crete.
What is the advantage of Crete, if we can refer to that and such, compared to other famous destinations? That is, what would be the reason you would promote Crete to a journalist from abroad? If they ask you why Crete is a destination worth visiting, why should we have Crete on my top list?
The fact that Portugal only has like 18 million people that come there, and still there's more money that flows into Portugal than here. That is haunting me. Now, Crete has biodiversity, and it has a lot of diversity in its landscapes. The north is loud, it is full of hotels and bars. At the same time, the south of Crete is more relaxed. The inland is giving you the opportunity to see something new. We really need to sort of take away some people from the north, move them in the inland and the south. If we achieve this, we can be actually similar to Venice. Crete is about 20 Venices, and yet Crete has double the amount of tourists that flow here. So we have to focus on the things that make us better. Crete can take you to visit different areas. It can tell you a story. Basically north and south, primary sector production, its philosophy. Here in Crete, it is the cradle of Western civilization. We have to promote all of this. We cannot not provide this.
Is the infrastructure the greatest disadvantage of Crete, or do you believe it is something else? What do you believe about the problem and its solution?
Comprehensive Crete. This is the most important part. Infrastructure is a main issue. When the 50% of your GDP is tourism, not, of course, plumbing, pavements, double docking, roads, streets, all of this is tourism. So when in reality, and I will just say it very simply, and I'm sorry for any mistakes, when we bury people in train accidents, we have important infrastructure issues where people are dying. What can we do? Like, this national street is a tool, is very important, and I just cannot understand what sort of structure, what state contributed to the construction of other big important streets in the rest of Crete, in the rest of Greece, that are failing at their purpose. Naturally, our national road here in Crete is also a very big problem. It's not very good. We are trying to improve on sea tourism, marine tourism, and we are lacking marinas. The regional governor of Crete is amazing. We could not have asked for anyone better, and don't think I am complimenting him for nothing. But thanks to him, we've had some great improvements. How can we have good tourism without good waste management? How can we be Europeans but offer the Europeans infrastructure that is much worse than what they have in their country? How can they say that, oh yeah, I went to this beautiful place that is amazing and incomparable, but I'm in danger in their streets?
Thank you, Vice Governor Mr. Kocoglu. We move on with the President of the Heraklion Hotel Association, Mr. Halkidakis, and I wish to start by simply asking that whether the tourist sector is satisfied or not, and why.
Welcome to Crete, everyone. Thank you for being here in this summit today. So the sector of tourism is obviously very happy and satisfied, but as we said before, there is no infrastructure. I would like to focus on Crete. Is number 3 in the world when it comes to its hardware, aka hotels. The quality of our hotels is amazing at this moment. So a lot has happened for the hotels in the country, and Crete is as well at a very good level. At this point, we have to see.
Yes.
It's true that Crete has one of the most beautiful hotels in the country.
Yes, it's true, and we have beautiful areas, and there are new hotels that are being built. Hotels are being renovated. They become even better. The big issue right now is, of course, as we said before, infrastructure.
The airport and the national road of northern Crete. How are these two going to change the whole setting about the professionals of tourism?
So I think that in the next decade, from 2027 moving forward, is going to be the golden era of Crete, because the new airport in Kastelli is going to be built. So we're going to have an even greater rise in tourism and the tourists that are coming here. And hotels do have the infrastructure for quality tourism. And of course, Crete is one of the most beautiful places in the world. I have visited 128 countries in the world, but nowhere is like Crete.
You seem to be having a great time, Mr. President. Now, how can we achieve to have touristic flows all year long? And if that's so, how can we do that?
Yes, of course we can do that. Unfortunately, we have been trying to achieve this for many years. We have spoken to all of the ministers. We keep sending them memos, but it seems that those memos keep staying on their desks, or they're being thrown away. Unfortunately, the issues are numerous, and in order for us to have tourists here all year round, the first thing is to talk to the tour operators, and they are our main partners in this. We have to basically give more subsidies to the means of transport for people to come to Crete. Every entrepreneur in the tour operation business, they need to make money. They have to have profits. So planes have to come here 80 to 90% full so that they can have money. So we have competitive prices better than Turkey, for example. And we can achieve this. We can have better prices. Right now, we have two companies, airlines. So that's Sky and Aegean Airlines, and they can help as well. They can have planes during the winter, the summer. And the ministers of tourism and transportation, they can help and solve this issue.
I also remember what Mr. Kochel just said. Whoever comes here has to have something to do. Aside from swimming, there should be more activities to fill their day in a constructive way.
There's a lot that someone can do in Crete. Don't forget that Crete is large. So if we look at a destination like Mallorca, Now, Mallorca, during the winter, welcomes about 800,000 cyclists. Now, even if we take a small part of that, we're good.
Mr. President, I wish to move on with Mr. Chrysikos, the CCO and Executive Committee member at Pagrenta Bank. Mr. Chrysikos, even more, we seem to see sustainable development in our activity, alongside with the heavy industry of our country, that is tourism. I'm not actually talking about industry because tourism is no industry. However, we tend to talk about this sector as an industry due to its contribution to the GDP. What are the measures and steps to be taken in the future?
First of all, I would also like to welcome you here. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to express the financing aspect of this. Now, the support of Greek banks to tourism is, of course, something that is important here. Even in the depth of the financial crisis, Greek banks have financed with millions and billions of euro the industry of the country, and basically they have become the industry of Greece. Now, within this framework that we're discussing, this sustainability, now banks, I believe, care about this topic more than anybody. They are moving to investments that are very long-term, 10, 15 years, and all of this money that we spend there, we do not know if we're going to take back. So now the Pancretan Bank, of course, is very involved with tourism. A lot of our accounts and the money that we have in this bank are related to hospitality. And therefore, because of this, we have been able to move to even more investments, like the marina of Nafplio, even more hotels and other accommodations. So therefore, banks have definitely liked tourism. They have incorporated it into their framework of investments and operations. All of the development programs that we are also part of are definitely green. They have sustainability, and what we would like to do is actually train businesses and corporations into this, because, of course, we give them better interests. The more companies become greener and greener. So what we need to understand is that there cannot be sustainability without all of the things that the previous gentleman mentioned.
Now, I wish to remove the qualitative features of Crete, and more specifically, to what extent do they play a role or define the financing of some products by your bank?
I will not say anything new. Crete obviously has it all. This is Crete's brand name, and our brand name is top among all other tourist destinations. The fact that tourists can come here 365 days a year is amazing. We have tennis tournaments and other similar opportunities. We have a lot of investments here in golfing, which is amazing. And therefore, we have increased the opportunities here and have turned Crete into a destination that can be defended by all of those qualitative aspects that it has. And it can, therefore, those qualitative aspects can help it defend itself against any issues and problems. And that fact also makes us bank people be more confident.
Now, there are still people speaking in the entrepreneurship world that the bank sectors are not successful in fully supports tourism. What does Crete Bank do in this sector, especially when it comes to small and medium enterprises, which are also the pillar of the entrepreneurship in Greece?
I would like to say that the bank sector in totality. Oh, we welcome the Minister of Tourism, Mrs. Olga Kefalogianni. Welcome, welcome, Minister.
Ολοκληρώστε, κύριε Χρυσικιά.
Ισχύει λοιπόν αυτό που λέτε.
So yes, what you are saying is true. The crisis has left some, let's say, issues in the banks that we are trying to get over. What is happening is that at this moment, there is a big oxymoron here. There are some businesses that are very profitable, and many banks are after them and they want them. And of course, we give them better interest rates that are even more competitive than abroad. As for us, we are a small bank. We're trying to grow. And in our DNA, we have the small to medium businesses. And that is because for a long time, these businesses were in the heart of our planning. And we are trying to offer at this moment both in them. But every business, we're offering them opportunities. But as I said, this means that we are not afraid to listen to those small to medium businesses. We're not afraid to sit down with them and discuss the issues that they're having and help them. And of course, this is the goal in this new bank planning that we are trying to realize, so that those businesses, the smaller businesses, can have a better opportunity in the market, but also nobody can be excluded from financing.
Thank you, Mr. Chrysikos and Crete Bank for its presence. Now moving on with the Heraklion Airport manager, Mr. Plakas. Dear managers, over the last decade, we have seen, based on the data, have you seen or noticed any change when it comes to the countries where tourists are coming from?
First of all, I would like to welcome you and also thank you for the invitation. I would also like to say that during the past 10 years, the flights incoming in Heraklion have increased by 69%. So in 2012, we have about 2-point-something million arrivals, and now it's so many more. Now, the countries that we welcome those flights from are approximately the same. The majority of the tourists come from Germany. That's about 1 million passengers a year. Then we have England and then France. And all three are the biggest countries in Europe. And those are the countries that we expect the majority of tourists from. Now, during the past couple of years, we have had many arrivals from Poland, actually, which is a country that has been developing a lot during the past couple of years. And as you can understand, countries that are developing, that also means that the tourists from those countries are going to be increasing as well. We also have had some tourists from Kazakhstan, which is a new market, and we are hoping that with the construction of the new airport, we can have Asian passengers.
In 2022, you had experienced a change, a rise, compared to 2019, of around 6%. This year, too, we are expecting a raise. And the question is whether this raise is to be dealt with.
I will say something that everybody has to hear. When we're talking about increase, we have to talk about it within a specific time frame. We need to know exactly when it's happening. So people are saying, oh, the new airport is going to bring in 18 million people, but don't expect it to bring all these people just within August, right? It can accept this amount of people, but during the 12 months of the year, it is impossible to expect all of this influx in just 1 month. And obviously, an airport cannot function 3 months out of 12.
The thing is whether extending the season is plausible.
I'll tell you something. So a few years ago, a Turkish businessman tried to turn Crete into a winter destination, right? So there were some flights through Aegean from all over Europe, and they put in some flights through Aegean from all over Europe, and they brought like a couple of 100,000 tourists in. So I do believe that it can work, but we can't immediately expect them to come here during the 12 months. We have to have this like into gradual development. So there was a control that happened from the European Union a couple of months ago, and they said that for 4 months in Belgium, etc., they have not seen the sun for like 3 to 4 months, right? We have this advantage. We've only had sun this year, so I do believe that 8-month long tourism is something that must start immediately, tomorrow. So there is a festival that happens in Europe. It's called Oktoberfest, and it's about beer that somewhere in Germany was created. We have raki. We can create such festivals with that drink here, raki festival.
Everyone, I would like to place the local government, Mr. Arnautakis, to join us on the floor and deliver a short greeting. And for the interview with Mrs. Kefalogianni, the Minister of Tourism, start, who I think.
I would like to say good morning to you. I'm sorry for being so late, but I had to be somewhere else for an unfortunate event that happened. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank you because you are essential. Without your contribution, nothing would be possible.
Dear Mrs. Minister, dear colleagues, Mr. Hadjinikolaou, ladies and gentlemen, with great joy, I am today participating in such an important summit that, of course, is under Mr. Hadjinikolaou's guidance, and this is going to prove that tourism is indeed a national affair, and a great destination is Crete, naturally. And our region's strategy is, of course, focused on this topic. I would like to describe our initiative for this tourist period. Our cooperations make us stronger. Now, the bar is very high and the challenges are numerous. And ladies and gentlemen, 2023 proved that tourism is the engine of regional economy. We've had 700,000 arrivals from abroad, and it broke yet another record because in comparison to 2022, this increase has gone over 6%, actually. Now, the tourism policy of this country is at a crossroads. The positive changes during this last year, especially after the pandemic, mean that we have a great responsibility in the following years. The Ministry of Tourism with Mrs. Kefalogianni, that I would have to say we've had a great cooperation with her throughout all these years, but we also had great cooperation with her 10 years ago. She was once again a minister, but because the things that we had planned all the way back then are only starting to happen now, and that's the problem of our country. Now we have to create a brand name for the country as like a popular destination, and we are trying to answer to this challenge. We are trying to use both qualitative and quantitative data that we have, and we are trying to realize our business goals and create a dynamic market. We're trying to, within this framework, realize a regional policy for agri-tourism in cooperation with our ministry, various regions and mayors, and we can even analyze even further about this. And the reason that people used to come here during the winter have actually left us, and It's also our fault that this happened. Now, sustainable and balanced development is supposed to showcase the beauty of the island, the history of the island, and the uniqueness of Cretan gastronomy and hospitality. And it proves that Crete has amazing qualitative aspects and features to it. We are trying to showcase Crete as a tourist destination that is amazing throughout the year and that can answer to the needs of various tourists, that can be students, scientists, athletes, people who are looking for unique experiences. And the path that we have carved is actually showing promise. We have great new technologies. We have updated Crete into one of the best travel websites in the world, and this is just the beginning. Within those new aspects of our tourist policy, we also have to discuss infrastructure. We discussed the national road, we discussed the airport, but I would also like to add another thing that was not discussed. And of course, we're talking about energy, safety, and because we cannot discuss quality tourism well during the summer, we do not have enough energy to have the best possible result. Isn't that right? So the small and large cables that we're trying to install is actually an amazing infrastructure project that has actually been delayed. Thankfully, in the end, we are finally managing to finish that project. A crucial point of this policy is also these projects that I mentioned before, and our position when we're talking about the Northern National Road. We're discussing Kissamos in Chania throughout all the way to Sitia in Lasithi. It is not just from Chania to Agios Nikolaos. We are trying to gain some more financing to complete this road, to make it even better. And we would like the cooperation of the ministries of the Prime Minister so that we can hopefully see this finished and complete within the next decade. We also wish to showcase the cultural stock of the island and our cultural heritage. And to achieve this, we have to cooperate with every single municipality in Greece so that our palaces, the Minoan palaces, can be part of the UNESCO International Heritage. We have discussed this with the Minister of Culture, and we hope that these Minoan palaces can be part of the UNESCO catalog, the list. So the data that we have up until now prove that Crete has been established within the Mediterranean as an important player. We have to keep this, we have to maintain this, and for this reason, we here, the region of Crete, we wish to continue in cooperation with all sectors. Yes, we are trying to make each other stronger. Just one alone cannot do everything. So what I would also like to say to you, Mr. Hatzinikolaou, because you over there in Athens, and I'm not just talking about you, I mean the whole political system, everybody is forgetting us. So we need to have decentralization. We need to have regional decentralization. We have to believe in regional administration and rural administration. We have to believe in their ability to do things. Here, as Cretans, we are strong, we are a little bit crazy, and we can do everything.
We thank the regional government, Mr. Nartakis. Your complaint is being heard of, Mr. Nartakis, and we are going to make greater efforts to portray Crete. I wish to call the Minister of Tourism, Mr. Kefalogianni, to come here for our interview.
I would like to start by thanking you, Mrs. Minister.
Thank you as well, because it was you were the reason that I came to Crete. And while I left Crete, I left cloudy Athens, I came here and I saw sun. So I'm very, very happy. We are together here today to talk about tourism. And it's also a great opportunity for me to see beloved friends and family and feel at home.
So let me begin. So Crete has had a record of flights and passenger arriving here. And we all know that tourism has a great effect in the lives of the people. And I'm bringing Crete as an example because I can hear you mentioning the qualitative features of the tourism product. Do you believe that the quantitative data model is no longer enough?
That is actually the dilemma that we were faced with since the start of our power in the Ministry of Tourism last year. We actually had two options. The first of it is to go safe. That is the record highs, tackling crisis in order for us to be able to recover and say, the next year is going to be a record high year. So, and I'm saying this because 2019 was a year to start with, but now 2023 was the year to have as a foundation because we had most people coming this year. This could be an achievement for a Minister of Tourism, but we just said we don't want to go safe and that we need to see that Greek tourism is entering in a new development cycle and into a new page. Because obviously, taking into consideration our international surroundings and seeing that sustainability is everywhere around and is leading everyone, we just say that Greek tourism has to be in moderate, balanced, promote and protect the natural and environmental surroundings, and to take into consideration the local communities. And I'm saying so, Mr. Juan Nicolau, no matter how positive the outcome is for the local communities, you seem to very well know that Rhythmnon has a circular economy, and it's not only about tourism, but all year round revenue is coming in Rhythmnon. This is not the only side that we need to take into consideration. We shall see the dark side as well. Over-tourism, we're still not talking about over-tourism, but we have started to notice some destinations which are going to be suffering from over-tourism in the future. Fed up, as you said. This might put great pressure on local communities and societies, which is going to make infrastructure insufficient, because obviously when you just make infrastructure for the residents, you can easily forecast that they're going to be resilient for a certain numbers of tourists. But when this number is risen, this infrastructure is going to be insufficient. So we now need to have an insight on what makes us a unique destination, what makes us resilient, what makes us competitive as a country. But I think that Crete is rather combining the whole strategy and philosophy, because it could just be an autonomous destination on a touristic level. So in consequence, yeah, we do say that we are moving with qualitative development of tourism and not a quantitative one. Obviously, at the end of the day, we do care about numbers and money coming in. We would prefer to calculate the revenue without a greater number of tourists. So we put greater emphasis on extending the touristic period, on raising the quality of the offered service, and the revenue as well. That is the average spending, the quality of stay.
Now, there are many projects that are being financed by the Development Fund. Now, where are we when it comes to improving the tourism ports and, of course, access to the beaches? And I mentioned those specific projects because of tourism.
For starters, I would like to say that the Recovery and Resilience Fund is a great opportunity, and we do support that as a Ministry of Tourism, and we do wish to make use of this greatly. We are interested in having the greatest absorption of funds, and we are interested to fund works through this fund and subsidize qualitative development of our touristic products and our destination. As you just said, the greatest work being funded by the Recovery Fund is the touristic harbors, the moorings or shelters, and I'm just talking about the touristic one. This is just a work which it's already underway, and we try to have as many information as possible. However, there are some marinas that they are being tested, and we're yet to see which of them are going to be funded. We are also concerned about the ski resort. Mr. Kefanogiannis would very much like to have a ski resort funded in Anoia. But I would say that the effort there is rather off-pace. Crete is making an amazing effort, and it is just not as originally a rudimentary ski resort. I think there are many mayors in this room, and I would like to emphasize on the funding about the accessibility of beaches. As you see, Mr. Hadjinikolaou, Greece wishes to be promoted as a friendly to all destination and accessible to all. So the issue of accessibility in beaches is very much of concern to us. We can find about 200 beaches all over the country. So I want the municipalities to do their best, because we do not have the response we would like to have. And I believe that Crete is more than worthy when it comes to funding, in order for it to be able to be promoted as a destination not only for disabled people, but also to elderly people, but to any person as well that might need a greater assistance. I also wish to tell you that the Recovery Fund has a great potential when it comes to the digitalization of the country, the digitalization of the National Greek Tourism Organization. In there, we are able to see all the works about Crete, because we're going to formulate the gastronomic and agricultural map of the country, and then we see that Crete plays a vital role. Cretan nutrition is acknowledged everywhere, Cretan products as well. And it's vitally important that we are going to have a totally new digital environment. I would like to conclude with a really important objective, that is destination management. We have the Destination Management and Marketing Organizations, the DMMOs. All the regions are going to be funded and supported in order for them to develop DMMOs. It is vitally important for the promotion of our destination, but there are also going to be some destinations in Greece which are going to be funded in a pilot way. And we have already made talks with the region of Crete about some other destinations which need to develop the MMOs. There are also the model destinations that are going to be funded by the Recovery Fund, and we are still talking about some destination in Crete who can also enter the list. So we are creating the surroundings and the conditions at the Recovery Fund in order for digital works and destination to be funded in order for them to develop these modern tools of the promotions. And lastly, but not least, people working in tourism is the most important capital. It is a human capital. We wish to reskill them and educate them. Soon, the platform for all the beneficiaries in order for them to set their applications.
Civilization, culture, with any opportunity you show your love to this. And I wonder, can our culture be a new element of this new model of sustainable tourism development? I heard the Prime Minister lately talking about how we have not used our culture as a tourist aspect.
Exactly. The Prime Minister himself has set the bar higher for all of us. Because for us at the Ministry of Tourism, in this new development plan of Greek tourism, culture is a vital part of the sustainable tourist development. And we need to emphasize, because also the regional governor talked about it, we should not see culture only as archaeological sites and museums. We have a few of them in Greece. It's also about intangible cultural heritage. Recently, Heraklion became a part of the gastronomic destinations of UNESCO. So intangible cultural heritage is our customs, our gastronomy, our cuisine, all the local festivities, the festivals, all these that characterizes Crete and Greece today and in the past as well. So culture is an essential part of the originality and authenticity of Greece as a destination, an integral part of Crete as well. So for us, in this new era of green tourism, culture is vitally linked with tourism. And I think that on one hand, it provides qualitative traits to tourism, but I think also tourism helps culture to have a more developmental logic.
We are now heading towards the European elections, and I would like to ask you how these elections are important for you and what are your expectations as part from your expectation from the European Union. Can Greece and Europe make some common steps when it comes to tourism?
Most of the European elections are also national elections, since we same people in all over Greece. So we also put a message across about how the country is going to be moving in the future. In that, what the position of Greece is going to be in the EU. How do we make use of the tools provided by the European Union to move on as country? So in their value, I would like to stress at this point that Kyriakos Mitsotakis, our Prime Minister, was the first European who asked, as a response of the European Union to the pandemic, for a recovery and resilience fund. So it's vitally important to be able to have a powerful voice in Europe.
I would like to mention at this point that it is very, very important that no matter the political party that you choose to vote, voters should also choose the representatives that can actually have a great impact if they enter the European Parliament. So we have to read the biographies, the CVs of those representatives, of the ones that we want to vote. And basically, when we send them over to the European Parliament, they cannot be just tourists there to connect that with our conference.
It is also important to see the political frame that they are going to be moving in. We have seen members of the European Parliament from Greece, and we have seen these people to act against the government, against the good of the Greek country, of Greece in Greece. So when we seek support for the immigration issue, and we acting against that, we shall start about the party that we choose to represent us. And then, since you talked about tourism, I wish to tell you that it is of great importance to us to have an agenda in the next European Commission concerning tourism. In the previous there was no agenda on tourism, but we do think that tourism is important for every European member country. It provides jobs, has a great effect on economy and society. We have suggested unofficial councils of ministers of tourism to be set. We have asked for specific funding by the European Union on tourism, and we have also asked a tourism forum so that tourism matters in tourism are being dealt with on a European level. I want to tell you that at the end of the day, that very serious matters about tourism are not being talked about in the European Parliament. So we are only here to see the repercussions of these issues. So yeah, when it comes to the new people, to the European Parliament, we seek to have a powerful voice and role in there. That's why we do make a lot of bilateral agreements and meetings, for instance, with Austria, which also aims to update itself on a touristic level.
So before, I heard the regional governor here, Mr. Arnautakis, saying, and very correctly so, that the regions of Greece have to have more power to take on the administrative role and actually manage to solve their own issues. And one of the first things that the Ministry of Tourism did was actually to give power to the regional administration. But my question is, can we actually, practically, have this power dispersion throughout the year for the sustainable tourism development?
Indeed, we adopted a new law in October, and we set the National Observatory for Achievement of Sustainable Tourism Development. We aim to have a new cooperation within the regions, because as you realize, tourism is not a sector that decisions should be made about on a local level, and then we could just have a typical agreement by the government. There should be a concrete strategy and effort, which is going to have its basic pillars, but is going to be tailored in every region. I strongly believe that tourism is a national affair, as our conference title suggests, but it also requires cooperation of the central power units with the local government, with the private sector, and of course with the people working in tourism. So it's everyone's business. So I believe that the regional tourism councils can be of great assistance for this objective. We very well know that regions are moving sort of in a different way when it comes to their development. So I believe we should support more powerful destinations and regions to sort of transfer know-how to weaker ones. And of course, all together we shall move towards sustainability and a common benefit for the country. Obviously, we used to talk and we still talk about the touristic period, but what we are mostly interested about is to promote and create touristic offer for the entire year.
Now, a few days ago, I watched you participate in a conference, like a global conference for the oceans, and you discussed how the qualitative tourism product can go hand in hand with ocean conservation. And I would like to hear your answer about this. And in this area, we have people that are very important when it comes to this. And I would also like to discuss cruising in this.
Mr. Hadjinikolaou, we shall be honest. The numbers of the cruise ships arriving in Greece are not in any way in balance with the benefits to the Greek economy. As a result, we shall see from now on, and it is also what we have suggested as a Ministry of Tourism, is that we shall have much more strict and sincere when it comes to the framework on how cruise ship works. We also need to have slots for cruise ships like we have in an airport. And with some quotas as Venice has put. So we need to set a threshold on the number of cruise ships we are going to welcome in Greece. And we shall give the opportunity for them to visit other destinations. I think it's offering unique cultural and geographical stock anyways. And you know what? We have the lowest fares worldwide. We provide the best product. We have been told by the tourists themselves that cruise ships are the best in Crete, and still we have the lowest fares. And this should not be happening, especially if we want to talk about sustainable development. So we need to be in cooperation with all the cruise ship enterprises so that we have much lower damage in the environment. But as a country, we need to be much stricter on how cruise ship is going to be operating. Heraklion has was many times concerned about cruise ships, but we shall not combine that with compoting. That is, having a cruise ship that starts and finishes in the same destinations, that indeed can be beneficial for the local community. This is something that we wish for and want, and we wish to develop further. That means that someone is coming, arrives to the destination, they are going to stay for 1 or 2 days to see the destination. Of course, this is something that we wish to have. But having just one cruise ship in Crete, and none of the passengers spends a cent in Crete, that is a trigger of pressure, and we don't want that. And this is what concerns us today primarily, and this is the reason why we need to be much more serious and concise on the way we want cruise ships to operate in our country from now on.
I would like to move on to another important topic, which is the short-term accommodation. And I would also like to say, how does this form of accommodation affect regional communities, and what is this short-term accommodation going to do within the framework of the ministry? These measures, are they going to help with this?
So, Mr. Nicolau, you are talking about something that 10 years ago I had asked, again, as Minister of Tourism, to be talked with. Before it was even developed in our country, we used to have all the villas for rental back then. You shall remember that I had talked about certificates and very hard controls, so that we avoid the black market. However, we saw short-term bookings and rentals rising in our country, but also take into consideration the pressures abroad, which ended up into a very harsh framework. Back then, I had said that we shall adopt laws before we have an issue. Unfortunately, nothing happened because we started talking about it in 2014, and afterwards, as you very well know, changed government. So now we have reached a situation where in some destinations we have more short-term accommodations and bookings than legal accommodation. So we have a unfair competition and illegal bookings and accommodations. So what is positive here is that the Ministry of Finances has moved on with new taxation rules, and I think this is going to be beneficial for us too, because there should be a climate change tax, not only on hotels but also on short-term accommodation. On the other hand, we are going to move rapidly with a new legal plan that we are going to set to the table next month. Don't forget, Mr. Nicolau, that we very well know that in Crete, in Rethymnon, for instance, we have healthcare providers and teachers coming from faraway places, and we have seen that phenomenon in Athens as well. Short-term accommodation is also a social issue because we have students and healthcare providers unable to find some kind of accommodations, tourism workers are also unable to find a place to stay. So the social issue is also something that needs to be talked with. So we do insist that harder rules should be placed in this framework, because sharing economy was something different. That is, someone having an apartment and they wish to rent that because they were absent, for instance. And it's different to what it is now, which is actually a proper financial activity. So the conditions are different now, and that requires us to treat that in a different way as well and be stricter, especially when we have to deal with full financial activity, and we need to deal these people to treat these people as business people.
I would like to mention the project Tourism for All. You have carried out this project successfully. How do we move on? What are the next steps? Yes.
So, Mr. Nicolau, I remember that together we had talked about internal tourism, and it's something that also affects you, and you would very much wish us to emphasize even more on how we develop internal tourism and the possibility that we give, especially to people on a low budget. Precisely. So, the Tourism for All program is a program where it's going to have a complementary role to the internal tourism. With the programs of the Ministry of Employment, Tourism for All is a program aiming to boost and reinforce internal tourism So we are here to kickstart the new cycle, to raise the income criteria, to raise the grant itself, to set social criteria as well, that the social groups like bigger families, disabled people, as retired people, they are entitled to a greater grant as well. And we are very much satisfied because we saw a great response on that. But you shall know that the program is rather sort of random. There is a draw on this program. So less people are going to be granted the money than the ones who have applied for it. We just granted them a card with money in it for them to choose where they are going on holiday. So on their side, the destinations can make their own offers in order to motivate these people, beneficiaries, to choose these destinations. And I'm saying so, Mr. Nortag, because last year Crete was 8th on the list, on the region list chosen by the program as a destination. So there is room for improvement and encouragement in other ways, and in periods with less, not in high season. Anybody can use that however they want. But we, as Ministry of Tourism, are sustainable development. We should just suggest people to use it out of the high season and choose less known and famous destinations so that we all help both Greek people to go on holiday and also Greek hoteliers and business people.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Olga Kefalogianni, Minister of Tourism, both for your support and your interview, and the main topics of this interview you will see in Real News. And right now, I would like to move on to Mrs. Mariana Piriotti, who is going to be the moderator for the next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We would like to welcome Mrs. Rapti, Deputy Minister of Tourism. And until we set this up, we wish to tell that on the next unit, which is rather special, it is about ecology and modern tourism. We're going to be talking about cruising, yachting, and the new markets. And we will question ourselves, what is the tourist looking for in 2024? Today, I would say I would talk about the future as well. We shall not forget Generation Z, and we shall thank all the guys honoring us today with their presence. It's their tourism from the Greek Mediterranean University. Thank you, everyone. They are also from the Tourism School of Crete and from the Technical School of Crete as well. Are we ready? Thank you, everyone. So I would like to ask all my speakers to the floor. Mr. Socrates Kefalogiannis, who is the mayor of Panoia, Crete, and he's also the CEO of ACOM SA. Dr. Irini, the head of the Department of Business Administration and Tourism at the Hellenic Mediterranean University. Mr. George Atsalakis, Assistant Professor of Technological Forecasting, School of Production Engineering and Management, Technical University of Crete, and Minas Papadakis, CEO of the Heraklion Port Authority. So I will say like that. You can take your seats. So I think that everyone who has greeted us or talked during the first panel with Mr. Hadji Nicolau and the Minister of Tourism herself has set a framework that I think lays the foundations that is infrastructure. Secondly, spatial forms of issues from over-tourism in some regions, on the need of extending the touristic period, on the sustainable touristic development. And now we're here to specify the infrastructure issues, not only these issues, but to specify the issue about what we can contribute to modern tourism of tomorrow. It is also about ecology and what are the features. I wish to start the other way around, right? Because the Minister of Tourism talk about cruising, setting this apart from home porting. The harbour of Heraklion, the Heraklion port, is a home porting place at a baby level still. But the question is whether this could be extended or whether in Crete could we see new possibilities of this type of infrastructure in the whole island concerning harbours and ports.
Mrs. Spiriotti, I would first like to welcome you to our island and for your invitation to participate in today's panel. To start with the Minister of Tourism regarding cruising, she actually pinpointed some important issues that we have, but she has underestimated the importance of cruising in the sector of tourism in general. Cruising is a subsector of tourism that has suffered greatly during the pandemic, but it is also recovering very quickly. 31.7 million people are cruising passenger, and we are looking into a tendency of 39 million people choosing cruising. Why do people choose cruising then? People like it because it gives them the opportunity to visit various destinations that would require them a lot of planning, and it's value for money.
And without getting hurt, I'm going on cruises myself. I don't need to drive. I don't need to get on a plane. It is rather pleasant. And it's also practical for my age, but I'm also seeing younger people going on cruise ships.
Do we want cruise ships to arrive at specific destinations, or do we not want that? Is there a positive or negative impact? Why do we want it now? The first reason we might want it is because there is an immediate financial impact. The passengers spend a lot of money in the destinations that they visit, and also it affects all professions that are supported by cruising. And a lot of jobs that are supported by it are actually on land and not on the ships. The second reason that it is positive is because there have been many destinations that were constructed, tourist destinations. Mykonos is one of those examples that started as cruising destinations, because there are a lot of statistics that show sometimes over 60% of those statistics say that the people that visit a destination through cruising revisit those destinations normally next year without it being part of a cruise. And the best months for cruising are actually April, October, and November, as we see here in our port in Heraklion. Now let's discuss some numbers here. The University of Piraeus was tasked with with research through questionnaires, and it's still ongoing. It's going to end in April 2024, but we still do have some early statistics, and it's important for us to mention those for the first time here publicly. So we've had about 2,500 questionnaires that were filled by passengers, and even more given to crew members. So the 41% of people who come to Iraklio are cruise passengers, regular cruising passengers, and that means they have traveled many times. 47% of the people questioned have come for the first time here in Greece, and the 81% of them that was their first time ever visiting Iraklio. You can therefore imagine the touristic influx that can occur by the people that visited Iraklio now for the first time. Now, the 80% of passengers that arrived in the city of Iraklio, because some people just stay on the cruise ships, and the ships sometimes try to provide the passengers with incentives to go down to the city instead of staying on the ships. And another great percentage actually moved in the city and visited a lot of areas. Now, about 61, I think about €61 is the amount of money that each passenger spends in the city of Iraklio. Without that, including the tickets to museums and other excursions. And crew members actually spend €181 per person. And the crew members spend this amount of money here in the city. Specifically, they spend it in supermarkets, but also taverns, restaurants, etc., because they want to go out and eat in the city.
That €65, excluding all the spending on some trip for a few hours. It is indeed a low price, so the Minister of Tourism is right. If the average spending fee for a cruise ship passenger is just €65, one should be concerned whether it is actually a benefit for cruise ships to be coming to Crete. So it's pretty reasonable to worry about that.
Yes, it doesn't sound very impressive, but it is extra from the money that they spend on excursions and tickets and everything. And of course, it's also the amount of money that the ship is spending itself to moor. Now, home porting, as the Minister of Tourism mentioned, is obviously 3 times, 4 times more profitable for each port, and we are trying to focus on home porting. We're going to have a lot of cruises starting in April to October. We're going to have a lot of home ports, and we try to increase those with a new airport. And this new airport is going to immediately give us connections to America and Asia, and therefore it's going to be much, much easier to approach American cruise companies to make Iraklio into a home port.
I'd like to move on with this demo. I would like to ask you, from what you gather on sustainable development on Crete, we just talked about cruise ships that has a huge potential of further development. I don't know if there's going to be only Heraklion or a second and third harbor. Crete has regions enough to do so. I would like to ask you, what other sectors you see flourishing in the next 10 or 20 years in Crete when it comes to sustainable development? What are the points that you see flourishing? Yes, you can talk.
Good morning. Thank you for your invitation. I would like to also welcome you here. Thank you for your invitation. Thank you for inviting our students here. It is very important for students to have these kinds of opportunities and watch such conferences up close. It's an important part of their education, and thank you for that. I would also like to add, if you wish, on that cruising topic. It is true that cruising is an important tourism sector, but yachting is also important as well. Now, we are lagging behind in Greece when it comes to yachting. Compared to Turkey, yes, and
to us.
yes, and we're also lagging behind when it comes to Italy and France. When it comes to mega yachts, and I'm going to talk about pre-pandemic numbers, I do not have any recent information after 2021, 2022. We had about 200 million euro profits from mega yachts. When we're talking about billions, 2-point-something billion that came in Italy and France, and this amount of money we haven't used here.
Sorry for sparing. The basic reason is that we are lacking infrastructure to attract yachts, or it is just that Greece is not that well known. This seems quite bizarre to me.
Have the infrastructure not just for mega yachts but for smaller boats either, and there are no marinas, and it's important to have this conversation, of course, but there is no sets, there are no set goals when it comes to this. Just so that you can imagine, if we had about 100 positions in a marina for yachts, we would have 100 extra positions and on the port, and like even more, like 200 positions, like job positions as crew members on yachts. So this is very, very important. There can be a lot of new jobs there. So we shouldn't only talk about cruising, but also yachting.
So the infrastructure part on marinas and the issue of smaller boats or mega yachts is also a sector where Crete, because we're still in Crete, we are not interested about the rest of Greece actually at the moment. So there is potential around the island. And we're also connected with the southern Aegean. Is there planning and a time frame for realizing these works? I'm talking about marinas and docks.
I think this question should be asked to Mr. Papadakis, because I think that the Grimaldi group is going to provide them with like a new plan about this. So Mr. Papadakis is speaking now. First thing, Iraklio does not have its own marina. We have the Venetian port that is mainly for fishing boats, and we're trying to kind of push in there yachts and cruise ships, and that's an infrastructure that is missing from our port. Another issue with Crete, though, is that we do not have any other islands close to us. So for us to develop like the yachting product, we have to have marinas in very close distance around Crete, basically. And it is very hard to do that. Like going around Crete is difficult because of the winds. And from what... Yes, and from what I know, there is planning actually from the Ministry of Tourism, and there is a master plan for Heraklion to have a small shelter, like a small marina that can fit about 200 boats.
Mrs. Damon, please go on. Aside from the yachts, what other pillars do you see flourishing in the next 20 years and can be combined with sustainable development?
Pillars that we have already started working on, but we still need to focus on a little bit more, as the regional manager said and the minister said. It is, of course, about using cultural, gastronomic tourism. I do believe that there's a lot of interest when it comes to those specific aspects of tourism, and there's a lot of there are many offers when it comes to Crete in those sectors. And of course, coastal tourism has also developed greatly during the last couple of years with all of the shelters, diving tourism, etc. And these are all smaller aspects, some alternative tourism forms that we can invest in and turn to. But for me, the most important one is actually accessible tourism. And thank you very much for mentioning it. I'm talking to the minister before, and now we are turning beaches into accessible beaches. And it's not just that. We have to consider the fact that right now 1 in 10 Europeans have some sort of disability. It's not just mobility issues, but some sort of disability. This means that 1 every 25 adults, that's 100 million Europeans that have some issue that prevent them from moving freely as everyone is. So this, to me, is very important to just to examine this in Crete and attract people that want to move and have the right to move freely. And Crete has a lot of issues when it comes to accessibility, infrastructure. It's not just the beaches, but every form of facility and infrastructure. And this is not just about tourists, of course. It's also about the locals.
We are going to take these issues further. So, from what I gather, aside from the fact that we know as a generic touristic product, do you believe that Crete in general is able to provide and promote thematic tourism for special target groups? You somehow talked about it, but these target groups have to be promoted. And we have to know that we are a diving tourism destination. For instance, my son comes to Crete every year. He goes to Falastina, Crete for surfing. So I'm just saying that specific and special tourism needs its own promotion by the destination and the region themselves. It's not just about the generic Greek tourist ministry campaign. We somehow need to locally and individually promote these issues. And now we're going to move to the next phase with Mr. Atsalakis, because I think that one of the reasons that there is such a explosion and in the numbers of tourists coming, aside from the better life balance, are the new technologies. There is nothing that has facilitated our life more than new technologies and the web, and not only about that, and not just that, anything compared to that, from the simplest things, from the fact that I can go online and book any room at the best price for the next 5 months, to rent a car, to find the best or the cheapest restaurants at my destination, all the places worth sightseeing. So when I arrive there, I won't need the map anymore, as I remember myself doing in the past year. So we have opportunities facilitating tourists. How do you believe this tool can be valued in a majestic place like Crete?
First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation, both you and Mr. Hadjinikolaou. We have heard some impressive speeches from the minister, the regional manager, the 2 mayors, and the regional governor, I'm sorry. And at this point, I would like to congratulate the regional governor for having Mr. Kotsoglu in his team, who was one of the greatest students in our Polytechnic University. And I would like to say that in his 2nd year of study, he wrote a book that was taught to many more students later on. Also, before I answer your question, I would like to add to the minister's observation, who correctly discussed how Airbnb is turning short-term rental and actual long-term renting into an issue. But we have to have the infrastructure and the planning to have more houses built, actually, because if we do not have that, then demand is going to be always more than offering. And when we will start digging for natural gas in Crete, there will be a lot of development that we're going to observe in the majority of municipalities in Crete. And of course, it's going to create many open positions because the people that work there are going to have to live here.
Dear Professor, you are very much on point because in Greece, many times we miss things. So we need to make ourselves clear and set this clear strategy and see how we are going to use the regional advantages of Crete. So we can rather go back to the possibilities, the practical possibilities being offered by new technologies to raise revenue and raise the number of visitors. And what are these tools?
Let's focus on AI, actually. Societies, and up until this point, and the development of technology has seen that basically the majority of innovations in those sectors have increased the physical strength of people. But right now, we actually have the tools to increase the mental capacities. Now, AI is going to provide tourism with the ability to provide personalized services in all tourism sectors.
Can you elaborate? You talk about tailored tools?
Yes, AI is going to be able to analyze a vast amount of data from previous visitors here to see what they like more, what they like the most, and kind of personalize this even depending on the geographical region that they came from. And that is very, very easy to do at this point. Vast amounts of data analysis is going to be very, very helpful in general, even when it comes to sustainable and ecological tourism. It can help them with staying on their hiking paths, for example, that they need to stay on and they do not move away and create issues. And it can be applied to so many other sectors and services. But I would also like to comment on basically increasing the touristic period in Chania. Now, over there are a few villages where we have already seen tourists arrive throughout the year. How did this happen? Now, this is because we have about 5,000 villas over there that belong to Northern Europeans, English, French, etc. All of these people come here and they stay during the winter as well. And because there are some open facilities, especially in the village called Kalivis, there you can find some restaurants, doctors, clinics, etc. So because we do have those facilities, tourism can last for the entire year. And other speakers also discuss this, but I also want to mention it that, yes, infrastructure is super important. Other areas have more visitors, but during winter they are all dead. No one is going there because of the lack of infrastructure. And another topic that is important is, of course, the fact that Greece has no marinas, and that is ridiculous. Marinas are bringing in a vast amount of profit every year, and the marinas that offer the possibility of ships staying here throughout the year, throughout winter, those sorts of marinas are also facilitating all year round tourism. So we have to sort of look into marinas that do not only operate during the summer, but they can become shelters for ships to spend the winter here, and that is very, very important. And in combination with the new airport that is, of course, going to attract people from many other different destinations, we can see whether we can develop that. Of course, to achieve this, we require a lot of funding and capital, because naturally our competitor Turkey has developed this product a lot.
Fast-track procedures, I guess, it is one of the biggest issues. Spatial planning is one of the biggest issues, not only for marinas. We have zero spatial planning anywhere.
Yes, and this is much more profitable than cruising.
Underestimate cruise ships. So I would like to talk about the phenomenon. We were just talking with Mr. Kefalogiannis, and we were just talking about Anoia as a phenomenon. It is a region. It's a phenomenal region. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's the next on the list is Metsovo. But there is a great history about it. So there was a great investment plan for it to grow from a small village into a greater destination. So how did you manage to make Anoia, to bring Anoia in the spotlight? So you don't wish to talk about your secret.
So yes, we have. I would like to welcome you to Crete. I don't know if you noticed, but I didn't hold the microphone before because I kept wanting to participate in the conversation.
Are you going to make a port in Anoia on a mountaintop?
Yes, we are planning that, but okay. Seriously now, I want to add that new technologies are providing us with a lot of opportunities. The people that come from cruise ships are now looking for example, wine, cheese, a special local product, and in that way we can turn that 61, 65 euro that we discussed before, that can become 130 euro. So basically, new technologies are basically streets with two different directions. So it can have people arrive at a destination, but cruise ships can also lead to people leaving their homeland. So now, what do I mean? New technologies are tools to showcase who we are, but if we do not pay attention to how we promote ourselves, they can also lead to us having a bad image and have people leave us, actually. So to add on to the conversations we had before with the minister, governors, etc., I would also like to add that education is extremely important. Now, it was heard before, I think, in this panel that we heard about a lot of people. Yes, we had an issue with the train accident, actually, that many people, fortunately, my dear regional governor, I'm not talking about the national road. No, I was just discussing it as an issue that exists here. There are many older tourists that come here, and we do not have good infrastructure for health services. And to discuss again the environmental issue, to go back to that, how is that going to become part of our education, starting in schools, starting from environmental education? And of course, we're not just talking about, education is not just about the trees and the rocks and blah, blah, blah. Education, environmental education also includes preventing people throwing their trash out from their car window. And I want to add that we can turn Crete into a resilient destination in the next 10 years through infrastructure.
I would like to start from you about the other way around. There is a question about what the tourists looking for in 2024. I would like to expand this question until 2034. I see there is a planning about tourism in general, not just about infrastructure, especially in Crete, which is a special destination. It can even be called an autonomous destination. It offers everything from endless beaches, but also endless mountains, variety, and even more than that. But it's still a huge island. So Crete, I assume, has to be part of a generic planning, which is going to take place the next decade. I don't wish Crete to become Mykonos. The last time I went there was in 1989. Does Crete want to be what it is now? And I'm asking you because you have kept the special character of Anoia.
Yes, it is true. The Cretan inland has kept its personality and character intact. And what I would like to also add is that we have a lot of repeat tourists, people that are coming here again and again and again. And it is true that these people are looking for new experiences when they visit Crete again. And the regional governor also said before that Crete has a great strategy that keeps adding new weapons into basically our infrastructures that we have here in Crete. When it comes to tourism, we have geoparks, we have many different other facilities that are part of the UNESCO program now as well. We have even more tourism products and experience products in terms of agritourism and gastronomical tourism. This is very important. It is important that the inhabitants themselves want this to happen, and then we can look into furthering it even more. So I also manage certain projects like the green development here in Crete that are funded by the state. And we have seen that when it comes to those programs, the interest that people here have in them is great, but there is a problem. So here in Crete, we have a lot of tourism stock-based, basically. We have a lot of experience here when it comes to tourism. However, I think that this experience that other people in the north and south have when it comes to tourism does not go to the inland of Crete. I'm going to just give you a small and how it is the mountain, Mount Psiloritis, gained a lot of popularity. So there was a tourist group that was created by some young people that came to us and wanted to create Piera Creta, which was a ski resort in Mount Psiloritis. Yeah.
I was just amazed by the video we were shown about before.
Yes, and we had no infrastructure to create this. This action just put us on the map of the New York Times, National Geographic.
Just unique, the quality of snow and the quality of the floor is pasted.
Yes, and there is a lot of quality, but also there is a lot of profit that comes in the region. So we all know where we want to go, but we have to secure this.
Mrs. Dimo, the floor is yours. Where do we want to go here in Crete, not in our life in general?
Authentic experiences provided to the guests. That is what we want. Answering to your previous questions. So the guests that come to Crete have to want to come to Crete for Crete and not just the sun, the sea, etc. that they can also find in Italy, Turkey, whatever. They need to have something that they can only experience here in Crete. Now, we have achieved this in gastronomy.
Our colleagues didn't have any breakfast today because they had traditional roasted meat yesterday called
Yes, and do you know that this is also awarded by UNESCO, all of this? This roast meat is part of tradition here in Crete. We will discuss it later when it comes to tourism, basically. So yes, as we were saying, culture is something that we are trying to achieve, to incorporate.
What about modern culture? Because culture is with the notion of ancient culture and civilization is there, but modern culture is even more important to me because it has some traits and features of authenticity and originality because we have a continued tradition over the years.
Yes, and you have to turn all of this into a product, into an experience for the guests, for the tourists. And yes, to me, I think education is very, very important. We have to create small and medium-sized businesses and business people that can provide these sorts of experiences to the guests.
Because the Ministry of Tourism and the sector of modern culture could easily cooperate and create what we see in different countries, like festivals. Crete has at least 4 things that can be promoted in a festival, for instance.
Yes, require a lot of cooperation for this to happen, and unfortunately Greeks are not known ability to cooperate between each other, but we are trying to achieve this. We are trying to plan for the future. We are not a people that generally is known to do that, but both of these are very, very important. Planning, cooperation, we are working on it. The regional government, the private sector, education, universities and other schools are all together cooperating.
We have universities in all over Greece, but there are universities in Crete, and it's like a smaller Erasmus because we have students from Crete and from Greece, from other islands and places.
Yes, we need them to be educated on this. How can our cultural stock be turned into a product for the guests who, when they come here, of course, they have great expectations, and there was a Euromonitor research that showcased that a lot of tourists that come here are luxury and digital travelers, and they are very much interested in an updated product. They have high expectations, and of course, they also have they also wish to spend a lot of money in the area, and this is why we want to attract them. We are offering this product. We have to turn it into a better product.
Professor Atsalakis, what is your verdict for the next years? If you wish, just keep your microphone closer.
What is important, as the mayor said before, is for us to utilize the new technologies. One of these new technologies is AI and virtual reality, so that they can, for example, enter digitally into this skiing slope, eat.
It's exactly going to happen. I don't wish to get fat by eating at the Crystal.
Yes, we can do this virtually. We can eat roasted meat virtually and not even gain 1 calorie. But what I'm trying to say is that if somebody sees this virtually and feels that sort of experience online, that becomes a great motivation for them to visit us here, and they're looking and they want to pay for that.
So we're talking about a digital cabaret with tailored features and specified features, which can, on a very low cost, with which we can put messages across on a very low budget.
Yes, we are trying to create that. We're trying to create lower budget people, but we also are trying to attract people that have a higher budget, so that we can increase the amount of money that each people spends on the island. And we hope that we will be able to address the issue of hypertourism in various regions here in Crete. And I'm talking about this in general, not just here in Crete, because we still have not defined the criteria, the standards about from which point onwards we're talking about hypertourism, like what is the line. We have to define this, but yeah, the new technologies are very, very important because they can even help with virtually visiting museums, and it is a new stage in our development because currently we're going to be seeing new tourist cycles of 5 to 10 decades, and we're moving on to a new cycle now where we sort of have to make a lot of changes because the old technologies are now very much old. If you take a look at your phone right now, you will see that they can do nothing for you now anymore. So we're trying to basically update everything in the sector of tourism, take those tools, utilize them first, and the people that do this, the people that utilize the new technologies first, are going to become into a proper, sustainable tourist destination, and the people that do this will have a lot of profit as well, and this is what we are trying to do for for ourselves. And I will also add something when it comes to ecological tourism. It can also help a lot when it comes to activities that destroy the regions, such as deforestation and excessive fishing. Ecological tourism can lead to people who engage in those harmful activities turn into ecological tourism and help instead.
Mr. Papadakis, you should start, but I have nothing to ask you. How do you imagine the harbour to be in a decade? Or how do you imagine cruise ship in general in Crete in 10 years?
I would also like to add that a great bet when it comes to tourism in the next couple of years is what we said. It's basically experience-centered tourism. It is we're trying to have people, the guests, experience how people live, meet locals, and this means that we need to remove the weight of tourism from the north and move them towards inland and the south. Now, I would like to announce that in May 2025, here in Irakli, we're going to organize with the support of the regional government, and I would like to thank Mr. Arnautakis with this. We're going to organize Sea Tourism Forum. This is basically a conference when it comes to cruising and yachting, and I would also like to invite you, Mrs. Pirioti, Mr. Hatzinikolaou, to attend that conference. And the second point I would like to add is about something that the Minister of Tourism mentioned about the fees when it comes to cruise ships, right? It is a nightmare to reorganize those fees. We sort of have to make that, turn that into like a regional issue. So like each region can sort of talk about those fees and decide on them.
So you're talking about a self-definition. We'll see how it happens. Thank you very much. It has been an honor to moderate this panel. I wish to tell you now that there is a small break, and then we have the last panel with the Deputy Minister of Tourism, Mrs. Eleanor Rapti, and Maria Spiridakis, moderator, and a colleague of mine as well, who is the director of Thema Crete. Thank you very much.
Ήμασταν το σημάδι που έψαχνες για να ξεκινήσεις.
Καλορίζικο, γέ μου. Καλορίζικο.
Καλή αρχή.
Πατάτες παρακαλώ.
Ήμασταν εκεί στις δύσκολες αποφάσεις σου. Επιβραβεύσαμε την κάθε σου προσπάθεια. Σήμερα είμαστε πάλι εδώ για να κάνεις πράξη όλα όσα έχεις ονειρευτεί. Συνεταιριστική Τράπεζα Χανίων. Κεφάλαιό μας, ο άνθρωπος.
People come to Greece for a holiday. But let me ask you, is it really a holiday to jump from the highest cliff into deep waters? Or to pick prickly fruit with bare hands? Washing food in seawater? Eating in a barn? Holding tight with strangers? Let me answer. Coming to Greece isn't really a holiday. It's so much more. It's a life-changing experience!
I love you.
Crete is like a continent within an island.
I feel free when I lose the sense of time, which is something I definitely found here in Crete.
When I'm walking through the Cretan nature, I feel like a child, free, curious, and happy. It's like all my travelings around the world is here in one place.
It's the best place we could find in Europe, and so we decided to stay here, and we will never want to leave this island.
Crete is paradise, energetically very special place.
Luxury is about choices, and in Crete you have a lot of them.
What I discovered here in Crete is a great variety of sports you can do. Climbing, hiking, surfing, diving.
I can take my yacht to the south, just disappear there in solitude for a while.
You have this simple traditional food in the small tavernas, and you also find fine gastronomy in hotels, in special restaurants, and it's fantastic.
I've never experienced this kind of hospitality towards me anywhere else.
The Cretan people welcomes you. They don't open only the doors, they open their hearts for you. We call it pareia, and it's perfect.
This trip has been an amazing experience for me. I'm definitely coming back.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
Ήμασταν το σημάδι που έψαχνες για να ξεκινήσεις.
Καλορίζικο, γέ μου. Καλορίζικο.
Καλή αρχή.
Πατάτες παρακαλώ.
Ήμασταν εκεί στις δύσκολες αποφάσεις σου. Επιβραβεύσαμε την κάθε σου προσπάθεια. Σήμερα είμαστε πάλι εδώ για να κάνεις πράξη όλα όσα έχεις ονειρευτεί. Συνεταιριστική Τράπεζα Χανίων. Κεφάλαιό μας, ο άνθρωπος.
People come to Greece for a holiday. But let me ask you, is it really a holiday to jump from the highest cliff into deep waters? Or to pick prickly fruit with bare hands? Washing food in seawater? Eating in a barn? Holding tight with strangers? Let me answer. Coming to Greece isn't really a holiday. It's so much more. It's a life-changing experience!
I love you.
Crete is like a continent within an island.
I feel free when I lose the sense of time, which is something I definitely found here in Crete.
When I'm walking through the Cretan nature, I feel like a child. Free, curious, and happy. It's like all my travelings around the world is here in one place.
It's the best place we could find in Europe, and so we decided to stay here, and we will never want to leave this island.
Crete is paradise. Energetically very special place.
Luxury is about choices, and in Crete you have a lot of them.
What I discovered here in Crete is a great variety of sports you can do. Climbing, hiking, surfing, diving.
I can take my yacht to the south, just disappear there in solitude for a while.
You have this simple traditional food in the small tavernas, and you also find fine gastronomy in hotels, in special restaurants, and it's fantastic.
I've never experienced this kind of hospitality towards me anywhere else.
The Cretan people welcomes you. They don't open only the doors, they open their hearts for you. We call it pareia, and it's perfect.
This trip has been an amazing experience for me. I'm definitely coming back.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
Ήμασταν το σημάδι που έψαχνες για να ξεκινήσεις.
Καλορίζικο, γέ μου. Καλορίζικο.
Καλή αρχή.
Πατάτες παρακαλώ.
Ήμασταν εκεί στις δύσκολες αποφάσεις σου. Επιβραβεύσαμε την κάθε σου προσπάθεια. Σήμερα είμαστε πάλι εδώ για να κάνεις πράξη όλα όσα έχεις ονειρευτεί. Συνεταιριστική Τράπεζα Χανίων. Κεφάλαιό μας, ο άνθρωπος.
People come to Greece for a holiday. But let me ask you, is it really a holiday to jump from the highest cliff into deep waters? Or to pick prickly fruit with bare hands? Washing food in seawater? Eating in a barn? Holding tight with strangers? Let me answer. Coming to Greece isn't really a holiday. It's so much more. It's a life-changing experience!
I love you.
Crete is like a continent within an island.
I feel free when I lose the sense of time, which is something I definitely found here in Crete.
When I'm walking through the Cretan nature, I feel like a child. Free, curious, and happy. It's like all my travelings around the world is here in one place.
It's the best place we could find in Europe, and so we decided to stay here, and we will never want to leave this island.
Crete is paradise. Energetically very special place.
Luxury is about choices, and in Crete you have a lot of them.
What I discovered here in Crete is a great variety of sports you can do. Climbing, hiking, surfing, diving.
I can take my yacht to the south, just disappear there in solitude for a while.
You have this simple traditional food in the small tavernas, and you also find fine gastronomy in hotels, in special restaurants, and it's fantastic.
I've never experienced this kind of hospitality towards me anywhere else.
The Cretan people welcomes you. They don't open only the doors, they open their hearts for you. We call it pareia, and it's perfect.
This trip has been an amazing experience for me. I'm definitely coming back.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
Ήμασταν το σημάδι που έψαχνες για να ξεκινήσεις.
Καλορίζικο, γέ μου. Καλορίζικο.
Καλή αρχή.
Πατάτες παρακαλώ.
Ήμασταν εκεί στις δύσκολες αποφάσεις σου. Επιβραβεύσαμε την κάθε σου προσπάθεια. Σήμερα είμαστε πάλι εδώ για να κάνεις πράξη όλα όσα έχεις ονειρευτεί. Συνεταιριστική Τράπεζα Χανίων. Κεφάλαιό μας, ο άνθρωπος.
People come to Greece for a holiday. But let me ask you, is it really a holiday to jump from the highest cliff into deep waters? Or to pick prickly fruit with bare hands? Washing food in seawater? Eating in a barn? Holding tight with strangers? Let me answer. Coming to Greece isn't really a holiday. It's so much more. It's a life-changing experience!
I love you.
Crete is like a continent within an island.
I feel free when I lose the sense of time, which is something I definitely found here in Crete.
When I'm walking through the Cretan nature, I feel like a child. Free, curious, and happy. It's like all my travelings around the world is here in one place.
It's the best place we could find in Europe, and so we decided to stay here, and we will never want to leave this island.
Crete is paradise, energetically very special place.
Luxury is about choices, and in Crete you have a lot of them.
What I discovered here in Crete is a great variety of sports you can do. Climbing, hiking, surfing, diving.
I can take my yacht to the south, just disappear there in solitude for a while.
You have this simple traditional food in the small tavernas, and you also find fine gastronomy in hotels, in special restaurants, and it's fantastic.
I've never experienced this kind of hospitality towards me anywhere else.
The Cretan people welcomes you. They don't open only the doors, they open their hearts for you. We call it pareia, and it's perfect.
This trip has been an amazing experience for me. I'm definitely coming back.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
τα λέμε αύριο.
Ήμασταν το σημάδι που έψαχνες για να ξεκινήσεις.
Καλορίζικο, γέ μου. Καλορίζικο.
Καλή αρχή.
Πατάτες παρακαλώ.
Ήμασταν εκεί στις δύσκολες αποφάσεις σου. Επιβραβεύσαμε την κάθε σου προσπάθεια. Σήμερα είμαστε πάλι εδώ για να κάνεις πράξη όλα όσα έχεις ονειρευτεί. Συνεταιριστική Τράπεζα Χανίων. Κεφάλαιό μας, ο άνθρωπος.
For a holiday. But let me ask you, is it really a holiday to jump from the highest cliff into deep waters? Or to pick prickly fruit with bare hands? Washing food in seawater? Eating in a barn? Holding tight with strangers? Let me answer. Coming to Greece isn't really a holiday. It's so much more. It's a life-changing experience!
I love you.
Crete is like a continent within an island.
I feel free when I lose the sense of time, which is something I definitely found here in Crete.
When I'm walking through the Cretan nature, I feel like a child, free, curious, and happy. It's like all my travelings around the world is here in one place.
It's the best place we could find in Europe, and so we decided to stay here, and we will never want to leave this island.
Crete is paradise, energetically very special place.
Look serious about choices, and in Crete you have a lot of them.
What I discovered here in Crete is a great variety of sports you can do. Climbing, hiking, surfing, diving.
I can take my yacht to the south, just disappear there in solitude for a while.
You have this simple traditional food in the small tavernas, and you also find fine gastronomy in hotels, in special restaurants, and it's fantastic.
I've never experienced this kind of hospitality towards me anywhere else.
The Cretan people welcomes you. They don't open only the doors, they open their hearts for you. We call it parea, and it's perfect.
This trip has been an amazing experience for me. I'm definitely coming back.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
Ήμασταν το σημάδι που έψαχνες για να ξεκινήσεις.
Καλορίζικο, γέ μου. Καλορίζικο.
Καλή αρχή.
Πατάτες παρακαλώ.
Ήμασταν εκεί στις δύσκολες αποφάσεις σου. Επιβραβεύσαμε την κάθε σου προσπάθεια. Σήμερα είμαστε πάλι εδώ για να κάνεις πράξη όλα όσα έχεις ονειρευτεί. Συνεταιριστική Τράπεζα Χανίων. Κεφάλαιό μας, ο άνθρωπος.
People come to Greece for a holiday. But let me ask you, is it really a holiday to jump from the highest cliff into deep waters? Or to pick prickly fruit with bare hands? Washing food in seawater? Eating in a barn? Holding tight with strangers? Let me answer. Coming to Greece isn't really a holiday. It's so much more. It's a life-changing experience!
I love you.
Crete is like a continent within an island.
I feel free when I lose the sense of time, which is something I definitely found here in Crete.
When I'm walking through the Cretan nature, I feel like a child, free, curious, and happy. It's like all my travelings around the world is here in one place.
It's the best place we could find in Europe, and so we decided to stay here, and we will never want to leave this island.
Crete is paradise, energetically very special place.
Luxury is about choices, and in Crete you have a lot of them.
What I discovered here in Crete is a great variety of sports you can do. Climbing, hiking, surfing, diving.
I can take my yacht to the south, just disappear there in solitude for a while.
You have this simple traditional food in the small tavernas, and you also find fine gastronomy in hotels, in special restaurants, and it's fantastic.
I've never experienced this kind of hospitality towards me anywhere else.
The Cretan people welcomes you. They don't open only the doors, they open their hearts for you. We call it pareia, and it's perfect.
This trip has been an amazing experience for me. I'm definitely coming back.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
χαρά, τα λέμε αύριο.
Ήμασταν το σημάδι που έψαχνες για να ξεκινήσεις.
Καλορίζικο, γέ μου. Καλορίζικο.
Καλή αρχή.
Πατάτες παρακαλώ.
Εκεί στις δύσκολες αποφάσεις σου. Επιβραβεύσαμε την κάθε σου προσπάθεια. Σήμερα είμαστε πάλι εδώ για να κάνεις πράξη όλα όσα έχεις ονειρευτεί. Συνεταιριστική Τράπεζα Χανίων. Ο άνθρωπος.
People come to Greece for a holiday. Ask you, is it really a holiday to jump from the highest cliff into deep waters? Or to pick prickly fruit with bare hands? Washing food in seawater? Eating in a barn? Holding tight with strangers? Let me answer. Coming to Greece isn't really a holiday. It's so much more. It's a life-changing experience!
Crete is like a continent within an island.
I feel free when I lose the sense of time, which is something I definitely found here in Crete.
When I'm walking through the Cretan nature, I feel like a child. Free, curious, and happy. It's like all my travelings around the world is here in one place.
It's the best place we could find in Europe, and so we decided to stay here, and we will never want to leave this island.
Crete is paradise, energetically very special place.
Luxury is about choices, and in Crete you have a lot of them.
Hiking, surfing, diving.
I can take my yacht to the south, just disappear there in solitude for a while.
You have this simple. The Cretan people welcomes you. They don't open only the doors, they open their hearts for you.
I'm the director of Thema Crete's 103.1, the radio station. I would like to thank the organizers, Dome and Exit Now, who have allowed us to have this wonderful conversation. This is now the third part of the summit, and we would like to discuss one or actually a few products called labels, brands, or either PDO, Protected Destination of Origin products, or not. But we will also discuss other very interesting topics regarding the alternative forms of tourism. Is tourism the same in every sector of economy? How can it be differentiated? And these are basically the issues and the topics we're going to discuss today. But first, we have a small technical issue. We will be connected through Skype to Mr. Nektarios Tavernarakis of the University of Crete, and is Crete as a scientist, but Greece altogether. I don't want to bore you with this, but he's basically a member of groups and institutes in the world, and what if I told you that that gentleman who is going to talk to us now has discovered why we age? He has discovered why our cells are aging. He has discovered and is still researching how we will be able to continue to expand our lifetime and our life through our diet and nutrition. That's, to me, that is very important and interesting. Can Mr. Tavanarakis listen to us? Can he hear us? Okay, we shall wait a little bit before we get connected. First, I would like to also let you know that he is a research director at the Institute of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology. He's the CEO of the Foundation for Research and Technology, the FORTH. And these are positions that it is the first time for a Greek person to achieve and hold.
Να το. Κύριε Περιφερειάρχα, σας ακούω και το
Mr. Regional Governor,
now, if you listen to me, I cannot see you and listen to you.
Mr. Tavanarakis, we can hear you, we can't see you for now, so...
Υπάρχει κάποιο πρόβλημα.
I'm sorry, probably, most likely there is a technical issue. Now I listen to you.
All right, so I will give you the floor so that I don't cause any more issues to you.
Despite the fact that I cannot listen to you, I'm going to start talking. On behalf of Fourth here in Heraklion, I would like to thank you for this honorable invitation. It is with great happiness that I'm with you here today. Unfortunately, due to some responsibilities and duties that I had, I could not be here with you. However, I will try to seize the time and inform you about some actions of Fourth that are relevant to tourism and touristic development. And they are mainly emphasized on conference and scientific tourism. It is a form of tourism, a rather high form of tourism that has no time limit. We experience movements of people throughout the whole year, and that is vitally important for expanding the touristic season. This is something that you're talking about today. Here in Forth, we are making a effort to develop this activity. I could easily and happily tell you and announce to you that we have already started building a super modern conference center here in Heraklion with resources that we have secured, and it's going to be terminated within the next year. That is 2025, because it's been funded by the Recovery Fund. So we have this time frame. Aside from this initiative that is going to boost Greek and Cretan tourism, Fourth has also taken a part in a variety of initiatives that are also relevant to medical tourism. At this point, I would like to stress that we have created and operate the medical unit of Crete. Is one of the five ones that work in a Panhellenic level, and it provides a comparative advantage of Crete, because it serves not only Crete but southern Greece as well. In this framework, we can have a reinforcement of movement of patients so that they can deliver healthcare in this unit. Of course, we are very much interested in connecting it to culture and the civilization of the island, which is vividly rich, And in our effort to act towards this direction, we created the first laboratory of ancient DNA. It is the only one operating in southern eastern Mediterranean, and it enables us to open a new window and a new way in our history, analyzing biological material coming from excavations in all of the island.
Mr. Tavernarakis, can you hear me?
Yes, of course I can hear you.
What you just now said is very, very interesting about the gene that you're now discussing. Yes, I can understand that there are some technical issues. That's why I'm not interrupting. Okay.
What I wanted to say is that through this analysis we can gain information on population movement in historical times and prehistorical times as well, but also for the flora and fauna of the region, for the microorganisms, the various diseases. For instance, during the Minoan period, for example, it is another initiative, and I would like to conclude by referring to the fact that the Force is trying to be active in the regions of Crete, offering services, offering high technology services when it comes to information of visitors, but also an alternative way so that Crete is not only identified by its history or the beaches that we have, which of course are unique, but with science as well, technology, and with a future in general. So that is the alternative that we want to put forward as forth to our visitors here in Crete and in Greece in general.
Mr. Tavernarakis, thank you very much. Thank you, and may you have a good day. Thank you. So our technical issue, unfortunately, was not resolved. I told you that Mr. Tavernarakis have concluded great research projects. The majority of them have been awarded, have received awards, but unfortunately those topics about his research we were not able to discuss. Hopefully we'll discuss them later. So let me invite here on the podium our guests to discuss topics that have to do with tourism products, and you can also watch us live through our live streaming and in tourismnow.gr. And I would like to invite Elena Rapti, Deputy Minister of Tourism. Welcome. Mr. Georgios Stratakos, General Secretariat of Rural Development and Food. Welcome. Mrs. Evelyn Bakinta, President of the Cretan Women in Business Association. Nikos Miliarakis, winemaker and President of the Board of Wines of Crete. Welcome. So, let me start with the Deputy Minister. Thank you very much for being here today. I would like to ask questions one by one, so I do not tire you with a monologue, so we can have an interesting conversation, and perhaps if you want to comment on something. Yes, so the well-known Cretan products and thematic tourism. So how can Cretan products contribute to the tourism in Crete? So the first question goes to the Ministry of Tourism.
Of course, Cretan products can contribute to Cretan tourism in various ways. I would like to stress two factors. The first one is about the fame of Cretan cuisine worldwide, which is being rendered as a very healthy one, and olive oil as well, which is a brand name by itself in a worldwide level, but also the combination with a first production sector with tourism, because we are seeing that even more tourists are seeking activities offering unique travel experiences. So let's see what we're doing at the Ministry of Tourism. First of all, we have adopted all the certificates for open to visit breweries, cheese production factories, wineries, and here in Crete we have 13 wineries, olive making factories open to the public, and a special touristic certificates to enterprises who were worthy of it. What do they offer? They practically offer touring opportunities and hosting opportunities as well. So let's see our next perspective. We are moving to the creation of coastal tourism with digital platforms, interactive maps, branding and marketing activities and actions, new possibilities to our visitors who are going to seek original experiences in the places that they are being offered. And all of this, of course, with resources from by the Recovery Fund. We support the breakfast of the Greek Hotelier Association based on the products locally productive. They are being consumed in the first meal of the day. We supported Iraqi entering creative cities of gastronomy of UNESCO. We contributed to the creation of envelope of UNESCO, and this was a successful effort. And now Crete has an international presence in gastronomy, the second one in Greece, followed by after Thessaloniki. We also cooperate tightly with the Ministry of Rural Development and Food. With the Cretan Minister of Rural Development and Food, we strongly cooperate to develop agri-tourism.
If I'm not mistaken, about 1.5 years ago, there was an announcement about city break in Heraklion and Patras, and they were going to be included in the restoration fund. I wanted to ask you about this. Do you have anything new to tell us? So let's welcome Mr. Stratakos now. So welcome. What are these forms of tourism that showcase Cretan products?
For starters, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and the opportunity to take part in these very important conferences. Cretan products, as we have mentioned before, also by the Deputy Minister of Tourism, have their own identity. At this point, we need to stress that Greece is the third country in the EU with PGI and PDO products. We have 107 products in total. Of them, 21 are Cretan, and they have a very strong local identity. We have products that are internationally acknowledged, and they are also protective so that we can reinforce them and boost them and promote them. When it comes to your questions, we, as Ministry of Rural Development and Food, in cooperation with the Ministry of Tourism, have made an effort and have achieved to bring units, thematic units to the spotlight that are going to combine tourism with production. We have the oil production factories open to the public, breweries open to the public, wineries open to the public, and we have the opportunity to develop fishing tourism because we also are in Crete. We are on an island surrounded by the sea, and we have huge potential developing this form of tourism. And we give the opportunity for people to dive deep in the sea and get to know our fishing traditions. Of course, I shall tell you that we have 307 boats that are being active in fishing tourists. tourism in Crete and the southern Aegean. And we also stress that through this activity, we don't only have the opportunity to transfer our maritime knowledge, but we also give people the opportunity to taste local products, because this is also part of this form of tourism. As a result, we provide the tourists with opportunity, and the people who chose to go on holiday in our country, we provide them with a holistic approach concerning our naval tradition and taste what they are going to fish. So we're going from production to consumption. But we of course need to fish this stuff. I will be very eager to help you do that.
This is a Chinese proverb, regional governor. If you have to teach your children to fish, not actually give them fish, and this is how you develop.
Crete is a region of Greece with very specific features, both geographical ones and climate-related ones. And that affects the quality of our products, and it provides them with their own specific features. And all the aspects that you have mentioned, I think that anyone who is visiting the island has the opportunity to taste local Cretan food. And we shall not forget that Mediterranean nutrition is actually Cretan nutrition.
Mrs. Evelyn Bakinta, let's change the topic right now, but still as part of tourism. Now, how about women in tourism, family, businesses, etc.? What's happening?
I would like to welcome you. Thank you for the invitation. The Women Business Association of Crete are coming from every sector, and not only the tourist sector. However, it's going without saying that when you are operating in Crete, you are related to tourism in some way. It is important that we empower women in tourism. We shall not forget that women are the symbols of tourism. And most recently, with the assistance of the region of Crete, we are trying to connect culture and tourism. A few days before, the representatives of the Ministry of Tourism were here, and they showed us many things of what is being prepared by women and transferred from generation to generation. The secret lays to turning these things into revenue. We need to empower women. We need to give them voice every summer in the Liberty Square, Eleftheria Square. And you have news to tell us as well. So the news is that in the framework of an annual exhibition in the Agia Katarini Square in Agios Minas Church, the Greek Women Business Association and Mrs. Afraimoglu, the president, announced us that she would like us to host the International Business Entrepreneurship Forum. So it's something that we are looking forward to prepare, and we have all the local institutions by our side. Thank you.
That is wonderful. Good luck. And Mr. Miliarakis, president of the Board of Wines of Crete. Now, where are we at now, Mr. Miliarakis? How far away from Tuscany and France are we right now in regards to wine production and tourism?
So, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you for the invitation on my side, too, because it's vitally important, or at least it is something that we would not talk about wine 10 years ago. It would sound weird 10 years ago. It was not as weird, but it would sound weird. But now has been part of it. The fact whether we are going to be Tuscany or whether we want to become Tuscany, I would not like to have to give an answer to that. What For sure, there have been measures and steps taken in order for us to formulate the touristic product on the island, aiming in making Crete a winery destination. And we can even talk about gastronomy and wine tourism as well. The important thing when it comes to the Winemakers Association of Crete, in Crete or in Heraklion Chania, the big advantage of this is that it expands in the entire island. The island is big enough for such ventures. We have our own powers and we can function and fully operate with these. And the same applies to wine. The winemaking sector is being organized on a regional level. It laid the foundations to develop the popularity of the product itself. We now have many products, and we are quite lucky because our sector was in the PGI and PDO products game. But from this point on, we have actually the clients have to acknowledge the quality of these products, and this was the greatest challenge that we were faced with since 2006 in a collective level, so that we can accelerate things. And since we have this popularity and we have put Cretan wine on the map of people's choices, we can now talk about wine tourism, because quite automatically wine-loving people are going to be interested in getting to know the place where their beloved wine comes from. In order to cut a long story short, the first thing is to clarify what the identity of the product is. The main difference of Cretan wine is the varieties of grapes. We have other things too. It might be history, it might be the placement.
Can you tell us some grape varieties, please? Can you mention them?
Vidiano is one of the varieties that put us in the game again, and I'm not talking just about Greece, but I'm talking about the world, and I'm very conscious saying that. We have Vidiano, Threpsathiri, Pilito, Daphne, Kotsifali, Madillari, that everyone knows about. We have a great basket of varieties, of wine varieties, quite diverse one, and they hold the appeal of people. Now, aside from that, we have the wine touring actions since the late 90s. This venture has gradually grown, and the Heraklion Winemakers Network has a lot of wineries open to the public, and they have managed to do so by reaching a minimum level of quality. We have a charter of quality, which we have signed since 2010. And you shall think that the service provision, and that's the main part I want to focus on, we are first and primary and secondary sector. So we bonded ourselves with hospitality and tourism and everything surrounding that through developing wine tourism. These are very important. These are very important to know when it comes to tackling the situation, because any mistake could just make a huge damage.
And you also did something very interesting, Mr. Miliarakis. You were able to connect and coordinate all winemakers so that you can promote your product with one common goal. And we all know how difficult this is in Greece. We know how all unions work, or actually maybe sometimes don't work to the benefit of all. And this is something that we would like to give to you as a case study. Good for you.
It has been made well known that we had a common objective, and if we wish to raise our sales as we wanted to, because that's the main part, we will either try to cheat on each other, or we will seek to develop the market and raise the numbers, and the percentage that I have is going to be risen through expanding the market. I'm concluding with this in order to say that it's important to move from the foundations and upward, to move from to make the essential tools. Even the Museum of Heraklion will have a wine road in the Museum of Heraklion for 6 months now, because we have started connected wine with the historical aspect of it. And then all the collaboration with all the institutions, first and foremost with the region of Crete. They love all their enterprises of Heraklion. It is important that we cooperate with institutions that can make us go further and upwards.
All right, Mrs. Rapti, thematic tourism. What does the ministry do in that regard, and what sort of thematic tourism things do you see here?
In the Ministry of Tourism, we aim to improve the competitiveness of the touristic products. We work on the improvement of existing and new infrastructure work that affect mountaineering tourism, diving tourism, wellness and medical tourism. And we believe that they could be the way to a multi-thematic product covering a variety of needs for a variety of clients and visitors, in order for them to have unique travel experiences. More specifically, we support thematic tourism through RRF with 258 million, 59 million on mountain tourism, 29 million on medical and wellness tourism, 10 million on agricultural and gastronomical tourism, 8 million for diving tourism, and also funds for yachting. We also prepare an action plan for 2024 and a new framework for new forms like sports tourism, diving tourism, wellness tourism. But at the same time, we cooperate with institutions about new forms that I think are widely expanding in Crete, as pilgrimage tourism or wedding tourism, conference tourism, and military tourism. I would like to conclude by saying that there is a very concrete marketing plan at the Ministry of Tourism concerning special forms of tourism. We aim to part the market in target groups, exhibitions of general and special interest, use of digital possibilities, visitgreece.com, and the application Visit Greece as well. Keep working with the traditional forms like leaflets and brochures. And the more the digitalization expands, we believe that the communication frame should be tailored to the users of mobile devices. At this point, this marketing plan is related to gastronomic tourism, wine tourism, cultural tourism, city breaks, of course, mountain and winter tourism, countryside tourism, sports tourism, medicine and wellness tourism, luxury tourism, conference tourism, and wedding tourism as well.
That is very interesting. That's a long list, and actually, that's a lot of millions in investment. So, Mr. Stratakos, economy and gastronomical products.
This is quite a great venture. As we said, the island produces specific projects. If we treat them from a scientific point of view, we will notice that, be it for the oil or olive oil, the wine, we have very important and nutrients and chemical substances that boost our health. They provide us with new possibilities and benefits, and they offer health benefits. So we can also characterize our products and label them based on these. As I said about PGI and PDO products, a great number of the national Greek PGI and PDO products are being produced here in Greece. And we can see all the nutrients of these products through various laboratory analyses that we can conduct. Even more so, if we combine these products with tourism, a great number of tourists coming to Greece chooses Crete. If we combine these products with tourists, we will be able to create new markets. It's not only about a person coming to Greece, it's also about how they can transfer new markets and new possibilities to their country, not just for 15 days, but for entire years. So the connection and the linking between these two different things we share a lot of potential should be a plan really high, that it's really high on our list. We already paying attention to that, both with the Ministry of Tourism and here at the Ministry of Rural Development and Food. Our minister, Mr. Avgenakis, had a meeting with you, Mrs. Rapti, in order for him to be able to cooperate with you and talk about all the possibilities. There is a way and there is a will as well.
Mrs. Bakinda, the women as thematic keepers of tradition in the field of tourism.
I would like to stress that I was very happy to hear the Deputy Minister of Tourism talk with market in terms about tourism. That is what we're trying to do at the network. As a marketer, I'm trying to see the power of the message. It is very important that through marketing we are trying to educate our members in order for them to be able and capable to develop and promote their products. And I'm just talking about a high quality project. However, they are not very competitively portrayed. So all these are a part of a raising awareness campaign in order for them to be able to be safe keepers of our product. We shall not forget that in family enterprises and businesses, especially the smaller one, women are a hero in the background. Sometimes women are even unable to speak in a foreign language. However, they manage to create a bond with tourists, and that is a strategic advantage when all the restaurants and the guest houses are seeking to have 5-star reviews. So that is what we as women bring to the table. We bring sympathy. If we just Google, for example, the bigger enterprises running programs of social responsibility, we will see that there are women behind these programs that are very active in this sector, and they keep encouraging their colleagues to run similar programs as well. So that was my point.
Yes, we know that women's entrepreneurship is very strong, very important. What we haven't understood, what we haven't achieved yet is making the pay gap disappear, but that's a topic for a different panel. What? What did you say? Women are paid more? Are you saying this based on statistics? Maybe Mrs. Maria Yaboulaki can talk about this. She was in charge of some research programs. Anyway, thank you very much. Mr. Miliarakis now. So wine production, wine making, and the wine of Crete in foreign markets.
He just said everything. If the product is not branded and bottled, we cannot go any further. So that's why we are fighting for branding Cretan wine and not draft wine, not the not the wine like an identity. From this point on, all the actions are working towards all the goals. Promoting Cretan wine to foreign markets, it is sort of a project that we can have a planning about, but if you haven't formulated the product and shaped and molded the product the way you want to promote it, you have a long way ahead. Being on the same level as foreign markets requires a greater study, so that we can see when we can put Cretan wine. For instance, Greek wine on a German supermarket makes 0 cents. This is not our goal. Our goal is to touch wine-loving people looking for a different product which expands their taste horizons, and they bring memories of geography. And it's a way to get to know new things and destinations. These wine-loving people are the same clients who come to Crete on holiday. So we may not meet these people in Germany at an exhibition, but they may come to our winery as a visitor. That's why it is important that your service provision is at a high level so that you can show a real picture of what you have. There are a few examples of these, because these people are going back home and they keep promoting your products, and they even import all these products. And they're trying, for instance, to import Cretan wine, Poland, Germany, and elsewhere. So it is actually a cycle, it's a never-ending cycle, because everything is actually linked to each other. The thing is to keep high quality in every venture that we do, a product that we put on the table, and to help this market move on.
Are there any initiatives from the ministry, deputy minister, to attempt to lengthen the tourist season and the tourist period, and have here tourists and want to save the environment and protect it?
Lengthening and expanding the tourism season is being achieved through alternative forms of tourism, and I think Crete has never-ending possibilities to develop special forms of tourism. And I would like to tell you how we contribute to this. Ecotourism. The Ministry of Tourism has a memorandum of cooperation with some local institutions. In the Common Executive Committee, we cooperate with the Church of Grace for pilgrimage and religious tourism. And this committee has been formed in order to showcase monasteries and churches in every region, whatever can trigger visitors. We have recently planned a very concrete agenda, and we are going to keep working on this. I would like to say that in Crete, we have 103 monasteries and churches. Wine tourism, you talked about that later. We settled and adopted the National Council of Wine Tourism, and we are also preparing a portal for wineries open to the public. I believe Crete is a very dynamic wine-producing region, which is known for the varieties of its grapes, and there are 13 wineries open to the public. Diving tourism. We have created the National Council of Diving Tourism, we have a very concrete policy. We have a lot of diving parks, especially in the south, in the northern, but in the southern part of Crete as well. And the sea is very interesting to explore there. We also cooperate with the International Cruise Ship Association for lengthening the tourism season, and at the same time, we're seeking new destinations. According to data by the two important harbors of Crete, we can see a very important reason. In Heraklion port, we have 253 cruise ships and 383,000 visitors, which renders a great rise from the last year. We are going to reach 270 cruise ships, and we are expecting to see a rise in visitors. When it comes to Suda, in 2023, there have been 122 cruise ships with 277,000 passengers. That is 21% more. I believe that we are going to experience even greater numbers this year with cruise ships with passengers that are going to be more than 250,000. Heraklion is part of our in the end year week like a Greek campaign following Athens and Thessaloniki, and I think Heraklion has many destinations for a city break. And I would like to conclude with star tourism. Crete has two international geopark. The Ministry of Tourism took part at the Geostars conference between Greece and Cyprus, which aim to boost the visitors of these two parks that we have in Crete.
Mrs. Kefalogianni, Marina, tourism. What else is going to come out of Anoia? Okay, so since we are in the conclusion of this panel, I would like to ask you, Mrs. Deputy Minister, are there any initiatives for the lengthening of the tourist season? Can we make it, specifically in Crete, open throughout the year?
It is our strategic goal to promote the sustainability of the destinations, and we are achieving that through expanding the touristic activity all year round and ahead of the high season months. We want to empower local government. We want to optimize the cooperation between private initiative, local government, and the state, and to improve the measurements as well. More specifically, we have some institutional initiatives, that is DMMOs, that are all about cooperation of the private sector and local government, encouraging the creation of or the alternation of destinations so that they can be optimally promoted. Regional Tourism Council, it has been created recently in cooperation with local government. 13 regional governors are taking place in that, and it's a great complementary and advisory tool to the for the minister, and it is able to value all the comparative advantages of every region. We also gain assistance from the regions. Also, the National Observatory for Sustainable Tourism Development. For the first time, we have tools to forecast the market and foresee our movements. And we also experience interfactionality There is also the Coastal and Maritime Tourism Observatory is in the Mediterranean. Is a Mediterranean tool. The program Tourism for All, aiming to local tourism, but is also helping us to expand and lengthen the tourism period, while also supporting local communities. I would like to conclude with a campaign. Greece does have a waiter by the Greek Tourism Organization and some promoting actions, the cooperation with tour operators all year round.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Stratako, let's conclude. Today is a very important day to see what's happening in Europe in general, but I would also like your conclusion in the matter of tourism.
It's sort of a tricky matter. When we started in 2023, what we were all afraid happened. In practice, we see that all the forecasts that we had seen on paper became reality. The basis of any strategic plans of every plan has a very local. It's very national, and I don't think anyone can disagree with that. But the Common Agricultural Policy created bondings and restrictions. It made farmers unable to use some policies. So it does create a environmentally friendly framework, but it does also raise the cost of production, and that is one of the reasons that most European farmers, among them Greeks, came down to the street to protest about how the common agricultural policy rather creates problems and it doesn't resolve them. It also creates products that are, of course, higher in quality, but they are also more expensive. Products to compare with products coming from third countries that are lacking these restrictions. So this creates sort of an unfair competition between European farmers and farmers coming from third countries, and these sort of competitions. And this competition lacks support, lacks subsidies, so that the European farmers are supported and helped. And this was one of the things that we focused on, and first and foremost, our minister, Mr. Avianakis, and who stressed that on the official fora of the European Union. And now I want to stress that we created the agricultural diplomacy. We entered all the fora that Greece is part of. We created new ones. This is a Greek achievement. It is an achievement by the minister Avianakis. He triggered that, he created that, and he ran. Through this year, 9 ministers of agriculture, we cooperated and showcased our common product. We have 6 months of summers, not 2 like Germany. We have 150 farm products and not as few as Germans.
Do we all have olive oil like the Italians and the Spanish? We share that. Yeah, all shared.
We have common products and common concerns, and we have to say that the policy that we are following is being developed by the Greens, the Green Party, and we need to focus on these issues before getting to vote. The the European People's Party is the only party that showcased these issues. The proposed changes should not follow the initial route, but support the farmers.
Mrs. Bakinda, once again, to conclude, new entrepreneurship for women.
Our top priority is collaborations. For instance, we run a program with the development of Heraklion, the Anaptixia KSI Heraklion, and we coordinate global startups initiative in whole Greece. We create collaborations everywhere by participating in conferences like this. I would like to tell you that in this conference we also cooperated with the Pangreta Bank. We wish to cooperate with ones of Crete as well to do actions together. So of course we are in favor of cooperation, and I want to wish that whatever is being talked about, discussed about today, to be made into reality.
Mr. Migliaraghi, this difficult path of wine and gastronomical tourism that you have selected, does it perhaps have as its allies certain facilities and infrastructure? And how do you think that wine tourism is going to evolve in the next couple of years?
The fact that we can develop gastronomy, wine tourism is without the Northern National Road. I believe that we can do it, but we won't be able to do it under the best conditions. Having an inland and mainland which is going to be clean from Knossos to Pisa and avoid having trash everywhere is a top priority issue that needs to be resolved because it's a matter of culture, first and foremost. I think that when we are talking about infrastructure, and I came up with that today, a lack of infrastructure has to do with public infrastructure and facilities, and we have been talking about the same things for about 30 years. We discuss about the same things for 30 years. We seem to be close to see the new airport of Heraklion, but at some point these things have to be done, and time goes by. If I'm being honest, I'm very much afraid of the new airport because more tourists on the island. With today's data, I don't know how we are going to keep with that and copy with that. But this is not something that concerns me. It's out of my expertise. Infrastructure is needed, education is needed, and I think that is something that was not put across properly. Tourism needs education, and this has to be done the right way. And if we fail to educate the new generation on handling the new forms of tourism, then we have a serious shortage and disadvantage. So education and tourism are linked. I'm very happy that we have the Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Rural Development and Food to combine tourism and locally produced products. We wish to refrain from an agricultural economy that is solely relying on subsidies, but we wish to see an agricultural economy to flourish out of the outcome of the local products. So you're talking about collaborations. But aside from that, you have to promote the product so that you get the added value. I don't know what products are going to be formed in Greece in 15 years' time. For a variety of reasons, both for the green crisis, the energy crisis, that has been of concern the last 2 years, but also because we are talking about sustainability, green economy. It is a household term now. But all these are issues that concern our job and our product and in the way that we are supposed to function. In order for Greece, for Crete to be as it is today in 20 years' time. I'm going to the winery at Pesa village every day, and I see the hillside. I see a patchwork of vineyard and olive trees, and I would not like these things to be lost in 20 years' time, because this is an asset from which we gain product. Because if you don't have landscape, you don't actually have a product. I very carefully listened to my colleague, and this gave me the opportunity to say that there are no Western countries without subsidized agriculture. We are talking about Great Fund. The agricultural fund in the EU is actually the greatest fund, and there is a reason for that. The first reason we do that is food security. We don't want food to be absent from the households. And the second reason is to keep the prices at a reasonable level so that agricultural products are affordable and accessible. And so we avoid, for example, selling tomatoes for 25 euros. I will heavily agree with you to this direction and to the direction of raising the added value so that we also raise the revenue of the farmers and not to cancel subsidies, because wine may be of great potential, but we have also other farming products that vitally need subsidies. So subsidies are a tool of assistance, but we also have to give a helping hand in order to make the farming profession sustainable and worth practicing. I'm telling all this because there has been a great talk about subsidies, and I believe that in developed countries, agriculture is highly linked to subsidies.
Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to conclude today's summit, Tourism, a National Affair. So let's start with our conclusions. We only need 3 minutes. You can sit down. It's okay if all of you have watched the summit from beginning to end. I believe that things are quite clear. The first thing that is clear is that you're all living in a place that is blessed. There is no other region like this that has the same characteristics, its independence, and the way in which it can stand on its own and be resilient under any circumstance. If you look at all of the surrounding regions, it's only a state that finds itself on land could ever hope to compete with Crete in that regard. At the same time, through the summit, we have had 3 panels, so 3 conclusions have been drawn. First thing, we need infrastructure in public spaces, because that is where the great shortages can be pinpointed, but in Crete specifically is horrible, even though it's the same in other areas in Greece. We've been having issues with planning, with seeing how the Northern National Road is going to be built. There are, of course, issues with other networks that cost human lives. There are issues with new facilities and infrastructures. There are new marinas that need to be built, smaller projects need to be realized that are going to help with tourism. There's an issue with waste management, liquid and otherwise, and that is one of the basic problems that all regions that receive a great number of tourists every year face. So this infrastructure, if they're not updated based on the increased number of tourists that are coming here, then in that case, of course, as you can understand, the resilience of this infrastructure is extremely low. And this is what's going on, what's happening in Crete, not perhaps as horribly as other regions, but it's a big problem here as well. Now, what is another issue that we have? The way we are going to continue with sustainable development, and what we mean is a holistic approach in areas that at this moment are not very popular and not very famous, whether it be for investors or tourists. That's also an issue. So we have to have waste management, transportation, water supply, and these are some problems. Another topic discussed is that there had to be better planning for this large area so that you can see which places are the ones that need to be developed the most. And the third topic was that we can see an amazing diversity in which already tourism has developed in Crete. And it's not just in regards to thematic tourism, and not just for a specific type of visitors that are coming here for a specific type of tourism, but we can see this development in other forms of alternative tourism like agritourism, gastronomy, and another series of quite unique and attractive aspects that only such a big island like Crete could ever promote and showcase. You can never find this in smaller islands that do not have these features. These are the comparative advantages of Crete, which in reality has the capacity to multiply and increase a sector of its economy. And that's where the secret is, in my personal opinion. You can, of course, debate me on that. But that is the secret of Crete. Crete is not solely dependent on tourism. Crete is Crete, and then tourism is just added value. It's not a place where people live because of tourism. They just become richer because of tourism. But that's not the reason they live here. Crete has its own sustainability that tourism, if done the right way, is coming to add value to. If done in the wrong way, not right now, but maybe in 15, 20 years, we're going to have issues from that. I'm certain that the collaboration of the private and the public sector, the fact that you have two ministers and a prime minister that are very relevant to this issue, as well as Mr. Kasselakis and Androulakis, who are part of the opposition. If with all of these people that are relevant, you're unable to do something about this, then you will never be able to do something about this.
come to Greece for a holiday. But let me ask you, is it really a holiday to jump from the highest cliff into deep waters? Or to pick prickly fruit with bare hands? Washing food in seawater? Eating in a barn? Holding tight with strangers? Let me answer. Coming to Greece isn't really a holiday. It's so much more. It's a life-changing experience!
Γεια σου Μαστορά, τα λέμε αύριο.
Ήμασταν το σημάδι που έψαχνες για να ξεκινήσεις.
Καλορίζικο, γέ μου. Καλορίζικο.
Καλή αρχή.
Πετάρτες παρακαλώ.
Ήμασταν εκεί στις δύσκολες αποφάσεις σου. Επιβραβεύσαμε την κάθε σου προσπάθεια. Σήμερα είμαστε πάλι εδώ για να κάνεις πράξη όλα όσα έχεις ονειρευτεί. Συνεταιριστική Τράπεζα Χανίων. Κεφάλαιό μας, ο άνθρωπος.
Crete is like a continent within an island.
I feel free when I lose the sense of time, which is something I definitely found here in Crete.
When I'm walking through the Cretan nature, I feel like a child, free, curious, and happy. It's like all my travelings around the world is here in one place.
It's the best place we could find in Europe, and so we decided to stay here, and we will never want to leave this island.
Crete is paradise, energetically very special place.
Look serious about choices, and in Crete you have a lot of them.
What I discovered here in Crete is a great variety of sports you can do. Climbing, hiking, surfing, diving.
I can take my yacht to the south, just disappear there in solitude for a while.
You have this simple traditional food in the small tavernas, and you also find fine gastronomy in hotels, in special restaurants, and it's fantastic.
I've never experienced this kind of hospitality towards me anywhere else.
The Cretan people welcomes you. They don't open only the doors, they open their hearts for you. We call it pareia, and it's perfect.
This trip has been an amazing experience for me. I'm definitely coming back.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
People come to Greece for a holiday. But let me ask you, is it really a holiday to jump from the highest cliff into deep waters? Or to pick prickly fruit with bare hands? Washing food in seawater? Eating in a barn? Holding tight with strangers? Let me answer. Coming to Greece isn't really a holiday. It's so much more. It's a life-changing experience!
Γεια σου Μαστορά, τα λέμε αύριο.
Ήμασταν το σημάδι που έψαχνες για να ξεκινήσεις.
Καλορίζικο, γέ μου. Καλορίζικο.
Καλή αρχή.
Πατάτες παρακαλώ.
Ήμασταν εκεί στις δύσκολες αποφάσεις σου. Επιβραβεύσαμε την κάθε σου προσπάθεια. Σήμερα είμαστε πάλι εδώ για να κάνεις πράξη όλα όσα έχεις ονειρευτεί. Συνεταιριστική Τράπεζα Χανίων. Κεφάλαιό μας, ο άνθρωπος.
Crete is like a continent within an island.
I feel free when I lose the sense of time, which is something I definitely found here in Crete.
When I'm walking through the Cretan nature, I feel like a child, free, curious, and happy. It's like all my travelings around the world is here in one place.
It's the best place we could find in Europe, and so we decided to stay here, and we will never want to leave this island.
Crete is paradise, energetically very special place.
Luxury is about choices, and in Crete you have a lot of them.
What I discovered here in Crete is a great variety of sports you can do. Climbing, hiking, surfing, diving.
I can take my yacht to the south, just disappear there in solitude for a while.
You have this simple traditional food in the small tavernas, and you also find fine gastronomy in hotels, in special restaurants, and it's fantastic.
I've never experienced this kind of hospitality towards me anywhere else.
The Cretan people welcomes you. They don't open only the doors, they open their hearts for you. We call it pareia, and it's perfect.
This trip has been an amazing experience for me. I'm definitely coming back.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
People come to Greece for a holiday. But let me ask you, is it really a holiday to jump from the highest cliff into deep waters? Or to pick prickly fruit with bare hands? Washing food in seawater? Eating in a barn? Holding tight with strangers? Let me answer. Coming to Greece isn't really a holiday. It's so much more. It's a life-changing experience!
Γεια σου Μαστορά, τα λέμε αύριο.
Ήμασταν το σημάδι που έψαχνες για να ξεκινήσεις.
Καλορίζικο, γέ μου. Καλορίζικο.
Καλή αρχή.
Πατάτες παρακαλώ.
Ήμασταν εκεί στις δύσκολες αποφάσεις σου. Επιβραβεύσαμε την κάθε σου προσπάθεια. Σήμερα είμαστε πάλι εδώ για να κάνεις πράξη όλα όσα έχεις ονειρευτεί. Συνεταιριστική Τράπεζα Χανίων. Κεφάλαιο